Alright, we're back. Old webcam it is, I guess. OBS just refuses to recognize the other webcam for some reason, even though it works. Discord can recognize it. It's just OBS. So that's cool. This bottle get knocked over. Where'd you go? Come here. You wanna run around? Huh? You wanna run? You wanna run around? Just wanna run around? You think you can run around? You think you can just run around and get away with it? Huh? You just keep pissing in my goddamn room because you don't want to use a litter box? Think you can run around just because of that, huh? Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, that was a bit of a... Don't want that. But we're back. Yes. What is it? Are you hungry? Do you want food? Well, first off, say hi. Oh, you're wiggly. You're being very wiggly right now. Say hello to the people. No, you prefer to wiggle. You prefer to wiggle instead. I know exactly what you're looking for, baby, okay? Here, you want this, don't you? Oh, yes, you do. Baby, 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 baby. You, relax, relax, girl. Oh, don't, it's all yours, honey. No one's gonna take that away from you, okay? Latch on. She's too excited to latch on. Okay. You're making this way harder on yourself. Come on, baby. Relax. Oh, careful, 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 careful. There you go. Now she's gonna have energy for like the next 2 hours and then... Ow. Then you get fed again at 7 in the morning. Oh, baby, baby, baby. You're doing so well, but you just keep wiggling around. You keep squirming. I know, honey. Baby, it's yours. You just keep wiggling. We're going to, I'm going to start weaning her off of this soon. Oh, baby. I know, you just keep wiggling and you keep squirming, honey. I know, you're hungry. Oh, dear. Okay, if you stop, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Relax, stop, hold, halt. You have so much energy because you just had a big, long nap. Like a 2-hour nap or something. And you're hungry. I know you're hungry. It's been a while since you got fed. About 4 hours. She got last fed like 7:30, 7:30. So she's hungry. Ow! Fuck! Honey, you're making this really hard for yourself and really hard for me. I'm trying to help you. You keep making it harder for yourself, baby. Oh, honey. Don't eat the plastic. You're doing so well. Ow. Oh. Ow. I know. Just keep moving around, baby. Baby girl. You're doing so good. You eat so much and you eat so well. You just get very excited because you think someone's going to take it away. I'm not going to take it away. It's all yours. It's yours. Trust me. It's okay. Like, I'm trying to help you. By making it easier for you, but you keep wiggling and squirming. There you go. See what happens when you don't wiggle and squirm as much? It becomes easier to feed you. Look at that. Wow. You know, you keep making it harder on yourself to drink when you keep moving your head around like that, baby. Well, I guess technically speaking, yeah, the toddler era is about to begin because she's gonna start eating from baby. You made me smell a bit because you keep moving, you keep wiggling. Okay, hold. We're gonna reset. Okay. I know you don't like being held. You really don't like being held, honey. Aka. I'm trying to angle it down in a way for you to be able to drink all of this in a nice way, but you keep wiggling about and you're making it harder for yourself, honey. Gak, gak, gak. You're making a mess of yourself. Alright, honey. You're almost done. Almost done. Good job. You're doing so good. There's no more, honey. Honey, there's no more. There's no more milk. No more milk, baby. I know, there's no more milk. No more. It's done. Okay, now we have to take you to the litter box. Come on. Are you okay with it? You still do not like that litter box. Honey, you gotta learn how to use this. You gotta learn how to use it. I know, listen, you may not be comfortable, but you gotta get used to it. Honey, come here. Litter box. This is where you pee. What's up, Big Jerry? Yeah, Big Saints? Yeah? Structure, Big Jerry. The consistency, I respect that. Instead. Is that what you want to do? Yay. Oh man. I did some additional reading for as to why. Because I put her in the litter box, she jumps out of it immediately. Like, she just does not fuck with it. At all. Just like, nah, fuck that. And what was I saying? So from what I'm reading, either she might not like the vibe of the litter box, like she just doesn't like the box, or she doesn't like the litter. I don't know which it is. I'm probably going to ask, because I'm going to go back to the pet store with my parents, more than likely on Sunday. Probably going to ask. In fact, definitely going to ask why she just does not like the litter box. She just doesn't like it. No. Cool. Where'd she go now? She's not under my chair. Oh, there you are. I did accidentally step on her, I think. I mean, she, like, screamed out when I was going downstairs. 'Cause she always hangs around by my feet all the time. Either she's sleeping, I feed her, or she's, like, right by my feet, or she's just, like, running around. That's, like, all of her activities. Very kitten activities. Standard, right? Standard fare. Nothing crazy. I don't know if I accidentally stepped on her one time with my slippers on, but she had a big meow. And she was close by my feet when I had my big ass slippers on while I was taking out some garbage. So I don't know if I accidentally stepped on her. I hope that's not the case, but I think she's okay. She's okay. Oh, man. Now you like staying in that dark corner now, do ya? Well, that's what I get for not having kitty-proof stuff. I wonder if the pet store will have, like, kitty-proofing area material or something. Something that'll stop her from going into this corner here, which I don't want you doing. Come here. Come here. Yeah. Yeah, you just ate. You have a lot of energy. You probably want to play. Don't ya? Don't ya there, bud? Yeah, you probably want to play. What you doing? Anywho. What did I do? What did I do? Couple of other things I could probably think about taking care of now. Steamed copper sheets. Get those done eventually. We got wet concrete. Steamed copper sheets, because we have refineries now. I just need to be able to produce petroleum products. Oh my god, it's like Factorio, but there's more petroleum products. Soy. Let me guess. You're being stupid? I don't know what it is with this game and just being, like, very annoying with its water mechanics, but it is very annoying with its water mechanics. Like, one will be, like, perfectly fine, just operating normally, and the other one's just gonna be like, nah. Don't wanna. The inconsistency is just so strange to me. It's like, why behave this way? Why are you like this? It's just a problem with the water mechanics in this game. It's cool that they did the water mechanics like this. Like, very cutting edge and realistic. But here's the problem. You want uppies? You want uppies? Come here. Up you come. A little milk on myself. God damn it. But, I've talked about this concept before, but sometimes, and this is what I like Factorio for sometimes, very often, is it's, suspension of disbelief. Now, there's already a lot of suspension of disbelief happening in factory automation games, because it's kind of necessary for them to actually, like, function. Like, it's one of those things where it's just like, don't think about it too much, bro. You're thinking about it a little too much. Right? Because otherwise, everyone's just gonna have, like, some conniption, something where, like, actually, this thing doesn't work like that, because that's not, like, real life. Or, in the extreme cases, you get a mod pack, and boy meets Mini. You better, listen up. Pyanodons. That's a name anyone in Factorio, or in the broader sort of Factorio community, is going to be extremely familiar with. Pyanodons is a infamous mod that takes things a little too literally. Well, Pyanodons is the overhaul mod of overhaul mods. Space Exploration's the other big popular one. I guess it's also like Warptorio and a couple of other ones like Rampant. Rampant Death World. But Pyanodons is infamous. You may be wondering, well, why is Pyanodons so infamous, Daho? Basically, it says, oh, the suspension of disbelief? What's the suspension of disbelief? I don't know what that is. Like, I know, people, like, say this thing, but what do you mean? like, it basically says, what if we take things just a little too literally? So much so that you have to, like, it takes, like, something like 100 hours just to get, like, your first science pack or some shit. I've heard ridiculous things like that, where it's just like, Jesus Christ. And Pianodons is basically a thing where if you're not organizing things into city blocks, like, immediately, you're doing it wrong. And if you don't come in with an immediate plan, you're doing it wrong. If you don't know what the hell you're doing, you're gonna struggle. Like, people are just like, oh yeah, I can use main bus on Pianodons. No you can't. No, you can't. If you think you can, you're doing it wrong. The only system that works is it has to be highly modular, or just city blocks. That's literally the only system that works with Pianodons. Otherwise, I don't play it. What? What you meowing about now? What's up? I hate how fickle these things are, man. Whatever. I'm over it. Excuse me. Like, I just have no idea why on earth it just does not want to water. Why the water just does not want to water. Why do you refuse to flow? You should be flowing perfectly okay. This problem would never happen in Factorio, because you don't have to think about water sloshing in fucking pipes and how inherently buggy the mechanics are. It's... Oh, you have the requisite amount of water? Okay. Are pipes connected? Water. Done. Easy. But no, here is Satisfactory with... Now, you gotta make sure the water doesn't slosh around too much in your pipes. And it's just like, alright, man. Fucking epic, bro. Like, all these, flow rate of 300. Flow rate of 300. 0. I don't know if these pipes are leaky or not. Like, sometimes they just function. I think it's just something with the game, man. Like, do I need a pump right here? Is that what you want? Even though these things don't also work as well? Is that it? Is that what you wanted? You just wanted 2 pumps here or something for some reason? Fixed? Oh, we also do not have enough production rate. That's another problem. We were not producing about... That must have been the actual problem. Never mind. I was not producing enough water. Never mind, I figured out the problem. Not enough water. Okay, we can get rid of these. No, you still needed the pipes there. Wait, what if I just get rid of these? So, you liked the things there. Oh! She's sitting on my lap as she fell. Jeez. Careful. Yeah, very often she'll, like, you know, shake her fur and shit like that. You know, the common cat thing. No power. Well, hold on there, partner. Baby. Okay. Okay. I believe I have now fixed the issue. I believe. I believe. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Every night and day. I don't remember who sung this song. I think it was R. Kelly. This may be a little problematic. I swear I don't piss on people, okay? I can't believe that Dahorumba is singing R. Kelly. How dare he do that? It is time for him to be cancelled on Twitter.com. How dare streamer not know that R. Kelly pees on people? How dare he? Okay. Now that that problem has been fixed, with my genius intellect in being able to do basic arithmetic, we can now move on to actually doing what we were supposed to be doing. And that is thinking about how the fuck am I going to make petroleum-based products. Mostly turbo fuel. Okay. Well, first thing we need to do is to make regular fuel, package it, and research that shit in the MAM. That's step one. We need to actually get turbo fuel available. And you know what? Just like that, she's now back asleep. You didn't even get to run around that much, silly girl. But now she's back asleep. Whoa, 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 whoa. I think you mean fix it, Aramco. Okay, get with the program. Who the fuck are these Saudi guys? I don't know. Who are those guys? I've never heard of those guys. This is Fix It Aramco? In fact, what the fuck is an Aramco? Yeah, especially that bitch Ada. Fucking bitch. Am I right, fellas? Oh, also, real quick. What was I saying? Oh, Asmongold got banned. It's obviously not gonna be permanent. It's a slap on the wrist, obviously. But like, dude, bro is calling for the deaths of children crossing a fucking border, man. Which again, freedom of movement. You're allowed to do that. Do that under international law. Of course, Asmongold doesn't care about that because he's just a psychopath. You know, Occam's razor, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, baby, I'm just itchy. Yeah, you're sleepy now, eh? All that meowing, all that running around, all that bullshit got you fucking tired. Ain't ya? Okay. Like San Francisco's streets so steep. Well, something 4-meter steep thing. Yada yada yada. Alright, so the first thing to think about are the truck stations themselves. We need to load the plastic, load the rubber, and load the, have an unload for the compacted coal. You know, one thing I wonder is why does the custom paint not apply to any of the concrete in terms of color palettes? It's a little weird. I don't know why it doesn't do that. When I apply the swatches. Big drink. Okay. Now, let's pull out the refinery and just take a look at the recipes. How exactly do I want to approach this? Do I want to make fuel directly and just use the residual plastic? If I just, okay, plastic versus residual plastic. I heard that as well, that he also went on Joe Rogan. Oh, I don't know why he went on Joe Rogan's. You know what? We can actually make a pretty decent biofuel production. Because funny thing about biofuel is actually not bad. For whatever reason, biofuel in terms of its fuel value is actually pretty decent. It's just making all the solid biofuel. That's a different problem. Obviously, we have a bunch of it just lying around not doing anything. So, might just use some of this. But we do actually produce biomass, and we can make biofuel. Yeah, energy value of 450 megajoules in the solid biofuel. The liquid biofuel is 750. I think that's the same as just regular old fuel. It is. If you had robots logging trees. I mean, luckily we have the mod for that. We have the farming mod. So, yeah. What I'm mostly questioning is, what do I want to do? Do I want to just make heavy oil residue in the plastic directly? Or do I want to just make fuel with polymer resin? Well, careful, baby. Because I know that eventually I'm going to want to get the recipe that gives me the alternate for turbo fuel. Andreas Warbout with the follow. I appreciate that, bud. I know you from Twitter. From Twitter. I appreciate the follow, buddy. I don't know how exactly I want to approach this. This is a 2-to-1 ratio, but if I do... I think it's always better. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Boy Meets Mini. What? Okay, so if I want more plastic, I just use the direct plastic recipe. 23 of these. Polymer resin. But I'm gonna make 2 of these. Because I don't want to do something where I mix and match a bunch of shit, because that's always like such a pain in the ass to deal with. I know there's eventually a recipe where we can just make oil directly into heavy oil residue. And if we want to make a lot of turbo fuel, that's best to do. But then you don't get any petroleum-based products, which is kind of what we want. Okay, you know what? Okay, I got it in my brain. Okay. I'm visualizing. Here's what we're gonna do. Well, the thing is that I'm making the turbo fuel for all these shitters. Because I want to get rid of the fact that they're running on coal. And I want to put them on turbo fuel. That's what I want. Don't know how exactly I'm going to get turbo fuel to over here. I mean, I can make a fuel depot station and then just have one tractor go there or something to drop off turbo fuel here. But so I could fuel these assholes. What I want is for this to produce, because we need petroleum-based products. We need the plastic, we need the rubber, obviously. I don't really need much rubber, so we can just use the residual recipe. I think that's fine. So what? Have a node that just makes fuel directly with crude. Makes fuel, uses to make turbo fuel. I think. Then use the residual plastic recipe. That's going to get us our plastic. Or our rubber recipe. That's going to get us our rubber. There is also the recipe for using fuel with polymer to make a lot of rubber and also, I think, plastic. Which, from what I understand, I think are good. Those are good recipes or something? I think. I could be misremembering. Do I ever want to use petroleum coke? What are you good for? I think you're really good for anything. This is so hard. And annoying. Because again, the strength in turbo fuel is that I think it's like 7 times or 8 times better, just about. It's like 8 times better than coal, which I think is 300 megajoules of fuel value, and it's about 3 times better than fuel, which is really good. And eventually you can turn that into rocket fuel, which is, I think, 4,000 megajoules. And rocket fuel is really cheap. Like, it is very easy to make rocket fuel. It's just iron plates and nitrogen gas, which is super easy. Like, that is so easy. The fuel generator factory, once I get fuel generators, I'm going to make it by the crater lake. Because everything that you need is just right there. There's a sulfur source, there's coal, there's iron, there's nitrogen gas, and there's plenty of oil. Lots of oil. That's where I want to use the oil to heavy oil residue recipe. So then I can use the nitric turbo fuel, the turbo fuel alternative. So then I can make a really, really good, like, fuel generator factory. That's my plan, at the very least. And make some extra rocket fuel for myself, obviously. So that's my general plan. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to split up some of the nodes. We're going to have a bunch of the nodes just making regular old plastic with the heavy oil residue. If I need a dump recipe, I can use the petroleum coke. But otherwise, I'm going to use the fuel recipe here alongside the polymer resin, dump that into a bunch of rubber, and use that to make turbo fuel for my yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Okay. I have 4 nodes. I'm gonna split it up 50-50. One node, 2 node, 3 node, 4 node. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna split it up 50-50. Because plastic is the important thing. Rubber is not as important. Until a bit later. But even, like, rubber is just, like... You don't need a lot of rubber. Which is why I'm fine with just using the residual. Right? Does this make sense what I'm saying, Boy Meets Mini? Thank you, 235. I also need to... Okay, Tina, I know that you're asleep right now, baby. But I... need to... close the window. Sorry, baby. Yeah, I woke her up. It is what it is. Sorry, honey. You got a little something on your mouth. I need to take that off your mouth. Actually, would you let me now take care of the eye gunk that you have? Baby, can you turn around, please? Okay, first off, I need to clean your face. Looks fine to me. Yeah, I think she's fine. What is it, baby? Whoop. Okay. Oh, did I scare you? You know, as much as I don't like Haley Stevens and think she's a terrible candidate, at least she gets the assignment better than all the blue MAGA fucking losers. So I'll give Haley Stevens that. Thank you, 235. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do, Boy Meets Minute. I'm gonna do a 50-50. We're gonna do a 50-50, I think. I'm gonna do a 50-50. These two will make plastic. Because we always do
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors.
But right, and you'll lose subscribers.
Do it.
Okay.
I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
Yeah, that's for you, Boy Meets Mini. Imagine being a fucking Pal World maxer. Couldn't be me. That will get me about 400 plastic a minute, I think. Which is pretty good. And then a bunch of heavy residual oil, which I could turn into residual fuel, and then use that to make more turbo fuel, which I think I'm fine with. The numbers are a little awkward. But that's fine. I'm gonna need to go get more motors. I'm gonna need a lot more. God damn it. God damn it.
Put this.
Fucking the putty spammer over here. I'm gonna add POW just for you, you 235. I'm gonna get that fucking sound from El Fortus Netus. Baby, you keep falling. Like, you just want to chill on my lap, I know, but like you keep wiggling around. Yeah, you want to play now? You want me to scratch your belly? You want belly rubs? Okay, fine, I'll give you belly rubs. It's cat cam time. There she is. Look at her. Oh, it's this camera. Give the people a show. She does not like being held. She really does not like being held. She squirms. She squiggles. Or wiggles. If I hold her like this, it's fine. You know, we do the old hold her by the nape, the mama pouch, the universal turn the cat off button. That's fine. Eventually she'll start wiggling around, and even there, but it's like, it's not as bad. Do you want to, like, run around or something? What do you want? You're, like, looking around and stuff? Oh. What do you want? I was thinking if I could just, like, hold her a lot, she'd be used to being held. She just does not like being held. Period. End of story. She's okay with being, like, you know, chilling on a chest. Just like this. Totally okay with this. No problem. Mostly because I'm very warm. And I feed her. But anything else? Nah. Ooh, big yawn. Are you sleepy? Or are you just starting to get sleepy? Sleepy? Mm-hmm. Ooh, she's purring. What is it? Mm-hmm. You purr when you touch my face? You're happy when you touch my face. But baby, I'm allergic. That's why I can't let you touch my face. These cats, man, they always want the exact opposite. No, she does not. I already fed her. She's not getting any more. You're not getting any more milk. Your tummy is full. You are full. No more milk. Cat does not need El Fortus Netos. She doesn't have the mental faculties to understand you have a cat allergy. Thank you, Fox of Fate. I had no idea that was the case. Thank you. Also, another thing that I learned. That box right there does not work for cat containment. Oh, she's figured out how to jump out of boxes. Because I put her in the box so I could keep her in the other room while I vacuumed. Because I vacuumed today. Vacuumed my room. Do I want the cat to be in the room while I'm vacuuming? Probably not. She, in the box, meows, cries, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. You ignore it. Because you kind of have to sometimes. Sometimes you have to ignore the crying. Tahoe, that's so callous and cruel. Well, that's just how it is. So I put her in the box so I can clean. She jumped out. She jumped out. She jumped out. Luckily, she just chilled by the door and just meowed. Just meow, 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 meow. That's really about it. Last time you touched my face all this time, you gave me a big scratch on my face. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you want to move around? Do you want off? Okay, here. Go ahead. Turn around. And cat cam is now done. There's no 6 consoles, cat cam, dog cam, shit cam. 6 consoles. Another thing that I could do with a bunch of my residual heavy oil residue that I'm gonna have. I'm gonna have a bit. I could make some petroleum coke with it. But what am I going to use the petroleum coke for?
Putis!
No, I'm not going to use it for putis. Thank you, U235. It will not be used for that. Yeah, you can be sad all you want. It ain't gonna change the fact that it will never be used for putis. It's over. Putis is dead and you killed it, U235. How's that make you feel? Why would you kill putis like that? Everyone shake your head at U235 for killing putis. Why would you do this? You fucked up, son of a bitch. You didn't? Boy Meets Minnie, can we get a fact check on that? Can we get a fact check on that from Real Daharumba Patriots? Please? Oh, there's 2 fucking trucks that are having problems. God damn it. Alright. What the hell is going on in here? Because the problem's not fuel. I figured out the issue. Where the Boy Meets Minnie at? I don't know. I'm just going to assume that you probably did something to him, U235, and as a result, I'm going to have to tut-tut you. You know, maybe say some slurs or something. I don't know. Something like that. I need pipes and copper sheets. You captured Boy Meets Minnie. I don't like the implications of that. Could you elaborate what you mean by captured? Oh, I was, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, I think U235 killed Putis. You know what to do. You know what to do about U235's insolence. He's also trying to capture you like a slave or something. Yeah, it's a little weird. I don't know what I don't know what he's doing right now. Not gonna lie. You know, something Ambedkar or something. You're an Ambedkarist, Boy Meets Minnie. You got to do something about this. Something about like derailing trains or something. I don't know. What I'm saying is, Boy Meets Minnie, you need to sabotage U235's trains. Because I think that, that U235 is being very, spiritually British. Now, I don't know, like, why U235 is being as spiritually British as he is. That's like ultimately another question to me. I have no idea. People are asking this question, why are you so spiritually British, U235? I don't know. That's up to U235 to answer. Now, will U235 answer that question? That's ultimately a different question. I'm going to assume that no, probably not. Maybe for the sake of being cringe. Something like that. Whatever. Many such cases. But all I have to say is U235, you are being very spiritually British. Okay, question. How do we feel about spiritually British? It's not as good as spiritually Israeli, I have to say. Just doesn't have the same ring to it. Spiritually British or English? Probably British. The English is like a, yeah, saying like English means you're like throwing in the Scottish, North Ireland, Wales, and like a bunch of other places that probably don't really deserve that. So I think spiritually British is correct. Also, I need to look up something. Scottish, Irish equals British. English equals from England. Well, then I guess it would be English then, right? Spiritually English. I mean, you're the Aussie. You probably have some authority on the topic. One would assume. $999 subs and I play Pal World? I would want to play that game with people. I would play that game with people. One-quarter Scottish ancestry. Oh, you really hate the British then, don't you? Alright, I have decided Boy Meets Mini. Lemmy is funny. We're gonna do a half and half deal. One side residual fuel, that's going to make my rubber. Other one is just going to make plastic, and then we're gonna and stuff. That's the plan. What you doing? You walking around? Looked like you were gonna go to sleep. But now you're not. Yeah, also, what do you mean by 999 subs, by the way? Do we mean YouTube subs or Twitch subs? Because I would personally prefer if it was Twitch subs. XD. Twitch subs. Based. Pissed. I need to get you some kitty proofing for that corner. I don't want you in that corner. Come here. Come out. Follow the fingers. Follow the fingers. At least if anything, it's making her developing her hunting instincts. Yeah, you got my hand. Good job, baby. So good. You did such a good job, baby. I keep trying to use toys with her, and she doesn't understand toys yet. Like, she just doesn't get them. Like, I threw a ball. Nah, she didn't get it. I tried to use, like, one of those feather toys. Nah, she didn't get it. Oh, I did. I jingled. Oh, I jingled. She just did not get it. You're still stuck in that corner, eh? Get the figgies. Get the figgies. Ooh. Yes. I know why she keeps going into that corner. It's a perfect corner to hide, so then she can like jump out and ambush. And if anything, this is good for her because it develops behaviors for her. The other day you said she doesn't crave violence and revolution. I don't think she Okay, you were the one, Fox of Fae, who earlier said that I don't think your cat has the mental capacity to be able to understand what having an allergy to cats is. Yet you expect her to have that exact same mental capacity for craving violence and revolution. Okay, dude. Nice meme. Yeah, you got me. You got the fingies. You got the evil fingies. Oh, back in the corner you go. No, she does like the little butt wiggle and everything. It's very funny. I said that because you said that wanting revolution. I can be more pedantic and autistic than you. I don't think so, actually. No, fuck you. I'm going to pull out my DGG card, and I'm going to be as pedantic and autistic as possible. So, go fuck yourself. I can be more pedantic and bigger asshole than you. Fuck you. Oh, no, I'm not pedantic with DGGers. They don't deserve for me to be pedantic with them, because that's what they want. They want pedantry, because that's like the only avenue they have to argue. Because that's like the only argument that they ever have is just pedantry. That's it. So I just don't bother, because there's no point. It doesn't matter. With DGG, they're cultists. Now, the reason why I don't want her in that corner, though, is because I'm afraid that she's going to pee there, and reaching that corner is going to be a pain in the ass. Just not care about my hand anymore? Come, get. Just don't give a shit anymore? What's up? Come on. Come on, get it out of there. Good job. Immediately goes back in. You're being a fucking goofer. You're being a big goof right now, aren't you? You're just trolling me right now. Ooh, you got me. Who's the force of nature? The pedantry of DGG? I can agree with that. Because I don't know if you've seen some of the threads I've gone back and forth with them. I just muted them. They either just block me, because there's like, you're not interested in having an actual conversation. I'm like, yeah, yeah, actually, yes, I am very uninterested in having an actual conversation with most of you people, because it's just the most annoying, stupid fucking pedantry on the planet, and I could give honestly less of a flying fuck about that. Like, it's one of those things that I could just not care about, because arguing with you people is like a slog. Because I'll say my point, they don't get it, and just say like, well, no, you're just stupid because of this, and you're just a dumb fucking lefty. And it's just like, no, man, you people are just like stupid and wrong. They're like, no, you're just a stupid lefty. Yeah. And it's just like, all right, man. I try having a conversation with you people, and it's very clear that you people are not interested or interesting enough to be talked to with. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm just going to move on with my life and tell you people to go fuck yourselves. And just make fun of you instead. I don't care. There's like one guy who was just like in every single one of my fucking threads when I was talking about DGG or Destiny or whatever associated weirdos. I just muted him because the dude just was like incapable of like listening to anything that I was saying. So I was just like, I don't care about you anymore. He's like, you're not capable of having a conversation. Really? Buddy, we can just flip that on you. You're too stupid to have a conversation with. There's a difference. I've had plenty of good faith conversations with people before, but I just don't care about you. Like, it's just stupid. You know what? I'll blame Destiny for that. I don't care. Mostly because I hate him. Oh yeah, and by the way, most of those conversations, it was in reference to me calling Destiny a rapist. So, you know. So, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just, like, dodging a bullet and dealing with the Destiny pedants. Yeah, you've probably seen most of the quote-unquote conversations that I've been in with these. You know, I struggle to call them people, but these people. It's just bleh. It's a slog. I hate talking with them. Are you playing with your poop scoop? It's for scooping poop, you silly. It's not for playing. What do you want? Okay, so just want to look at this thing. Interesting. I'm not going to use you quite yet, but I just wanted to look. Well, at least she's, like, exploring near the little box. So that's cool, I guess. These things need stators? Really? Okay. What is this? We have revolutionized the cup noodle. What does that even mean? Bosnian Ape Society. I agree. The fuck is this? Secret memes.
Ion Ingorovich Design Bureau has been the symbol of Soviet dominance in aviation and aerospace for over 40 years. Ever since our humble origins in designing and manufacturing World War II icons such as the MiG-3, we have been constantly redefining cutting edge, thrusting the world into the modern fighter jet era with the MiG-15, and conquering the world of supersonic flight with the MiG-21. Today, the MiG-25 remains the fastest and highest flying production aircraft ever built, while the MiG-31 is a technological marvel that stands as the magnum opus of interceptor aircraft design. But we are not done yet. The Mikhailovich dynasty is an immortal leviathan of aeronautical ingenuity, and today we are proud to unveil the next chapter of Mikhailovich superiority in design and engineering. The cup noodle is a symbol of the frail.
It's so random. It's so random. Bro's just like, you know, autism posting about MiGs. The cup noodle. That's awesome.
And rapidly declining West. Just as the paper, styrofoam, and plastic of a cup noodle are easily compromised, so too do citizens of the West easily capitulate to the allure of cheaply made products, coupled with corrupt marketing practices,
This is true.
spawned by the sinful denegrations of human integrity that scourge a culture plagued
Absolutely.
by consumerism. As expected of a product of
Now, if we were listening to Professor Jung, this is because Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher decided to use the infinite Tsukiyomi of consumerist debt slavery.
vicious Western ideology, the cup noodle is fragile, impractical, incapable, and anemic. Made of primitive and crude materials that only inexperienced material scientists of the undeveloped West could possibly conjure.
True.
The cup noodle is unable to withstand the demands of long service hours and supersonic flight. With a low service seat.
Dude, that's fucking awesome. I mean, true, real. It can't be. Oh, man.
Ceiling and a slow maximum rated speed, the current iteration of cup noodles is thoroughly useless for practical use and completely unfit for Soviet consumption.
True.
The cup noodle is outdated and in desperate need of modernization. That is why Mikhailovich cup noodle will be manufactured using nickel steel alloy, allowing it to withstand speeds of over 3,000 kilometers per hour. In addition, the availability of this material will allow the Mikhailovich to be manufactured on a grander scale that will inevitably lead to the domination of the Mikhailovich cup noodle as it fills the shelves of markets everywhere and puts all other cup noodles to shame with its superior design and durability.
Wait, but but this is supposed to be a fighter jet or something, right? Now think about it. But we're talking about fighter jets and the MiGs. Those are fighter jets. What weapon systems is the cup noodle going to have? I wonder if that question will be answered.
To further the superiority of the Mikhailovich cup noodle, an advanced electronics and avionics suite will be featured. For example, it will be equipped with the BRLS-8B pulse Doppler passive electronically scanned array radar to track up to 10 targets simultaneously from up to 200 kilometers away. All Mikhailovich cup noodles will be equipped with APD-518 digital data links to automatically exchange radar-generated data with other cup noodles to
Dude, it's like the F-35, the cup noodle, dude.
communicate aerial, terrestrial, and air defense information. The Mikhailovich cup noodle will flabbergast the West with its technological superiority and spark awe in a way not seen since the launch of the Sputnik 1. Once again proving that the Soviet Union is and always will be at the leading edge of innovation.
Ooh, but the Soviet Union's not here anymore. Unlucky.
Soon, the Soviet Union will be known as the epicenter of cup noodle design, engineering, and manufacturing. With the greater power and presence of the robust Soviet economy, we will surely conquer the cup noodle market with a cold efficiency that strikes fear into our competitors. Become a part of the cup noodle revolution. Order your Mikhailovich cup noodles within the next hour and receive a complimentary Soloviev D30 F6 afterburning turbofan engine free of charge.
That's fucking sick. Yeah, cup noodle supremacy. Jesus Christ. Well, how much of well, how much does one of these things cost? That's my question. What? What was that? What was that? Oh, I see why that's the most replayed part. What's this? Hold on. I'm detecting some counter-revolutionary propaganda here. What are K-pop idols supposed to do in terms of contributing to the fucking revolution, brother? This is Western bourgeois decadence right here. What is this? Bosnian Ape Society. You have some explaining to do. Now, I was all for, the revolutionary might of the Mickey, the Mig cup noodle, right? You had me going there. I understood everything. This thing as a recon asset would be fantastic, but then you decide to put in this counter-revolutionary propaganda. There's these K-pop bites. What's going on here? I don't know. Seems a little sus. A little weird. I'm getting some mixed sort of signals here. Now, the Kim dynasty does not like K-pop idols. They think it's degenerate. What are you doing there? You peeing? You need to come out. What you doing there? Okay, you did not pee. You're just sitting there. Well, that's got to be cat-proofed. Well, kitten-proofed. Yes, I have seen the North Korea reaction to K-pop. They were just like looking at it like, ugh, what the fuck? It was very funny. Listen, I have no problem with fucking K-pop. It's fine and all that. Blah, 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 blah. I just don't like the exploitative nature of K-pop. There's a difference. Listen, if there's people want to be K-pop idols, that's fine and dandy and all that. That's ultimately their decision. Problem is the exploitative nature of K-pop idols. That's the problem I'm having. Okay, so we need 4 of these things. Can we fit our pack? The Kitty Mark 1. Remember, squish that cat. Remember to squish that cat. Squish that cat. Squish that cat. You gotta squish that cat. Someone's getting sleepy because someone's very warm. Yeah, I'm giving you so much heat, and you love the amount of heat that I'm giving you, buddy. The 6-cylinder power stroke. Those are words. They exist. Look at you, you're so sleepy. You're such a sleepy baby. So sleepy. Sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. But if I were to put you back in your bed, you'd be like, what the frick, man? Yeah, baby. My kitty is a diesel engine. If you say so. I'll take your word for it. I guess. It's called kitty engine theory. Get with the times. Boy Meets Spinny. My hands are full. I can't do anything right now. I've been disabled. What do I do? It's over for me. Okay, baby. If you want to go to bed... Yeah, you're now awake, eh? If you want to go to bed, baby... You gotta go to bed in your bed, okay? Okay, honey? Yeah? I know. Maybe if I turn you into a burrito. How do I turn cats into burritos? Most of the cats don't like being turned into burritos. It's if you gotta punish them. But you don't need to be punished. You didn't do anything bad. Oh yeah, you don't like being held. I know. She's so small. Meow. Yeah. Do you want to go to sleep? I know you want to go to sleep in my arms, but I can't let you do that, baby. You gotta go to sleep in your bed if you want to go to sleep. Yeah, baby. What? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You can't climb that yet. You're too small. Yeah. I know. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Yeah, that's you right now. Holy shit, someone turned Daho into a cat boy. It's so fucking over, dudes. Bros, is it fucking over, bros? Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. Damn it, how'd they know? I was doing a Dark Brandon bit, okay? Shut up. You'll go to sleep eventually, silly girl.
Put this.
Thank you, 235. I knew I can always rely on you for the fucking putingus. For being about as putis as one can get. If there's one thing I can rely on you, 235, is to be as putis as possible. For the maximum fucking putis.
Fake news.
Was I talking about you, Alex? Fine. Boy Meets Mini, kick some espers. For this insubordination and churlishness. Alex, you have brought this upon yourself. And as a result, espers need to be kicked.
Put this.
Huh? Boy Meets Mini, you know what to do to the putis spam. Maximum destruction to the putis spam. We're getting resistance. It's not allowed. This is a dictatorship.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, good one. You know, people who are posting a bunch of malarkey right now are saying that I'm posting a bunch of malarkey. Yeah, okay, buddy. Boy Meets Mini, we need to destroy the putis spam. They are putising too much. They need to be put down like the rabid dogs that they are. Yeah, we're gonna do a capitalist crackdown upon all this wannabe putis rebellion. This cannot be allowed on the factory floor. That's what I'm saying. Grabs Boy Meets Minnie's mod sword and makes U-235 defend straight him. What does that mean? Boy Meets Minnie exterminatus upon Fox of Fate for not even using real words. It's not even a word. Like, what does that even mean? Throw out a window? That is a real word? I have never heard of this word in my life. I've never heard of that word in my life. Well, in the great words of Adam Savage from Mythbusters, I reject your reality and substitute my own. Been looking to pull that one up. Pull that one out for a while. There's only been one putis. Boy Meets Minnie, take away all of you 235's channel points. I think you can do that. Oh my god, what the fuck, streamer? Too far, poo-poo. Not far enough. So this will be plastic load. This will be rubber load. Rubber load. This will be packaged turbo fuel load. And this will be compacted coal unload. Ta-da. Oh, now you're sleeping. A sleep thing in your bed, eh? Sleepy now? Okay. 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 I understand. Not enough time mewing and pewing and fewing. Hiding in corners and shit. It's all good, baby. Where art thou? Alright, so I think I don't have to deal with Cat anymore. The cat has, I think, is about to power down for the night. I think we can start doing some else segmentaronies. AKA making fun of another curmudgeon-y old man. Can someone find me the clip of Bill Maher talking to Haley Welch in the creepy way that he did by saying, you know, I can only imagine what I would do as a 21-year-old girl. Can someone find that for me, please? I'd appreciate that. Listen, if there's one thing that we can always respect Big Jerry for, it's consistency. You can try. That's all that matters. I'm just looking to get some stuff ready for this Bill Maher segment. The Majority Report will definitely have it for sure. The question is where? Because the Majority Report has a lot of videos.
So, like, your origin story is Haktua.
Oh my
It's
god.
cute, but we must now
Move forward.
be very circumspect
I just
in
need
how
I just need the meme.
we allow people to, how long we let them play that out. And you got to play a little hardball with this and, insist on Haley. And that's why it's important also to figure out your next step. So that will probably come out just during the course of this conversation. It's better if it just happens organically. I find my mentoring life. Yes, it is.
I forgot how weird this conversation was that Bill Maher had with Hawk to a Girl. This was 2 years ago, man.
What it is, and it's now the next thing. Because there's like so much I would love to know about being a 21-year-old girl.
Why would he say that, man?
What?
I mean, first of all, you're adorable, you're cute. It's just the way of the world. I mean, you got the world by the balls when you're.
Yikes.
God, that's so weird. I mean, he also was talking about like Stormy Daniels. I should have looked at most replayed. That would have been it. Yeah, he was also talking about like Stormy Daniels to like, what was it, like a 6-year-old and a 5-year-old, I think, something like that. There was also that. That Majority Report definitely has that clip as well.
The American people are tired of women.
True. Bill Maher is a woman. Yeah, Bill Maher's woke now, guys. True. Oh, there's also like some shit with like Jason Schreier where everyone's like basically complaining about him, I don't know, not allowing there to be big booby girls or something. It's like, okay, bro. Sure, man. Definitely because of him. Alright, I think I have everything I want. We're deporting Bill Maher to the ICE facility in Louisiana. Based? AO based, 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 AO based. We're gonna squish that window. We're gonna squish that cat. Wish there was a way to make the Twitter media player just bigger. I wish there was like a theater mode for Twitter media player. I wish that existed. You know? If there is one thing that I would compliment Elon on, is if he were to make a yeah, not for Twitter videos. It does for YouTube videos, but it does not. But OBS cannot pick up the window of the popped out videos. It doesn't work. Yep, it doesn't. So we just have to suck it up, buttercup, like this. Because it's a little small. Now we can just full screen it. That'll work. Yeah, we'll full screen it. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We'll do that. Alright. Let's fucking do this. Alright, Bill Maher, our favorite old, irrelevant, curmudgeon-y old man. Many such cases. Bill Maher is basically the dude who's just mad about the fact that he's losing relevance within the Democratic Party, and the fact that his quote-unquote supposedly poignant commentary is, well, essentially being subverted. Not subverted. He's just being left by the wayside. Nobody really gives a fuck about any of this, like, annoying ass, like, boomer ass mentality, like neoliberal centrism from this 70-year-old fucking weirdo, who wants to just like bitch, moan, and complain to his like dumbass audience about communism or some shit. I like that, and like the weird new atheism bit that he does. He basically does like the whole Islamo communism bit without actually saying it's Islamo communism. Like, basically, if we want to describe Bill Maher in a neat little bow. Anywho, Bill, what do you have to cope about?
And finally, new rule: Donald Trump has told 1 trillion lies, but when he says the Democratic Socialists of America are actually communist, that's not one of them. And it's not hard to prove it, just by quoting the DSA and their candidates. It gives me no pleasure to have to do this. I'd much rather keep going the good vibes for my summer vacation.
Okay, so this is immediately going to be a thing that's common in this quote-unquote commentary by Bill Maher, is him saying that, the DSA, they're communists, guys. Okay, immediate question. Are the DSA advocating for the abolition of the means of production, for the abolition of the commodity form, the money, a moneyless, stateless, classless society in their charter? I think there's like some brief mention of that in their charter. Kind of brief, sort of. It's a little weird. But that's the national charter. What about all of the charters of the local chapters, right? Each one of them has a differing sort of set of ideologies, goals, and what they want to achieve. The funny thing about DSA is they have a lot of varied beliefs that preoccupy DSA, whether it be SOCDEMs, Democratic Socialists, Marxist-Leninists, traditional Marxists. There's a whole smattering of differing ideologies that are a part of the DSA. All that DSA is, in essence, is just a, organizational sort of platform, right? That's literally DSA in a fucking nutshell. But, I mean, if we want to just be like, I don't know, like 3 IQ fear-mongering dipshits, I mean, we could be like 3 IQ fear-mongering dipshits instead. I mean, we can do that.
I had an awesome one, by the way. I totally got a girlfriend at Bible camp.
Hi, Scott Galloway. No one cares about you.
However, right before we left, Vice President J.D. Vance was on the show, and I told him that if the Democratic Party keeps going in the direction of the DSA, my vote was in play. And all I heard all vacation was...
Oh, your vote is in play. Bill. Your vote's in play, eh? Yeah, okay. Yeah, your vote's totally in play, big boy. Yeah, okay, buddy. Listen, you thought you were slick and thought that people would forget about this dinner that you had with Donald Trump in late 2024? Buddy, you ain't fucking slick. Oh, so you live in California, you stupid motherfucker. What's your vote going to do in terms of swinging a district or an election in favor of the Republican Party? Like, okay, buddy, totally. Your fucking vote is in play. So stupid. Also, like, the idea of quote-unquote your vote being in play, what other party are you going to fucking vote for? A question, Bill. Because here's the thing with this talking point, it's astronomically stupid. Like, it's just an extremely, extremely stupid talking point. Like, what the fuck do you mean your quote-unquote vote is in play? Who else are you voting for? What, you're gonna vote for the Green Party? You gonna vote for ACP? You gonna vote for the PSL? Because again, you live in California, you dumbass. But okay, bro. Like, I mean, it's just stupid talking point from a very, very stupid, irrelevant old man.
Oh my God, you're a Republican now. No, that's not what I said. I said in play. And here's why. Because not a week goes by where I don't read about...
I mean, I'm not a Republican. I only repeat all their talking points. I constantly left bash. I constantly have like schizophrenic conniptions about the wokies in the Democratic Party that have like no other party to go to. Listen, if they could start a third party, they would. If they could. But they can't. Because that's the system that we currently have, Bill. But whatever. Curmudgeon-y, stupid old man who doesn't know how politics works.
Some newly chosen, exciting new face in the Democratic Party, and then when that face opens its mouth, the Communist Manifesto or some other crazy shit comes out. Again.
What fucking... Okay, like, Communist Manifesto? I didn't know that Zoran Mamdani and all the other DSA candidates are, like, I don't know, keeping the Communist Manifesto, like, straight close to their chest. Constantly, I don't know, referring to it as a epitaph or something. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here, bro?
And let's just read the quotes. The DSA platform says you work as much as you are able and no more than needed. If that was any closer to Karl Marx's dictum, from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs, they'd be sued for plagiarism.
I mean, like, what's exactly wrong with that? What, Bill, what, because you work a cussy job where you just sit there, deliver dog shit jokes to like 3 people, you think that people should work until they die or something? You know, there's a funny little mustachio man who also thought the exact same way, Bill. I don't know, you might be taking quite a few pointers from him specifically. I'm just saying.
Not to leave any doubt, New York Mayor Mondani once tweeted Karl Marx's words exactly. They're not trying...
Bro, this is from 2020, man. Like, why do you care? Here, okay, because here's the thing. Fucking Bill Maher is the type of dude who will, like, constantly rail against, like, woke 1.0, like, wokey, libtard, pandering bullshit. Like, he fucking will constantly fucking rail against stuff like that and talk about how much he fucking hates that stuff. But at any point in time, in any opportunity that he can take in order to do the exact same, like, quote-unquote libtard, wokey, woke 1.0 fucking pandering, oh, he's gonna fucking do it in a heartbeat. Like, it's hypocrisy. You know, very, very simply put. Bill Maher does not have a principled bone in his fucking body. But then again, this is also the exact same dude who, unironically, in a room filled with, like, 2 little girls, I think one being 4 or 5 and the other one being 6 or 7, I think, was talking about Stormy Daniels with them. Like, fucking stupid, man.
You hide it. Their most popular influencer, Hassan Piker, thinks communism is so groovy. He laments the fall of the 2 of the most murderous regimes in history, the Soviet Union and Chairman Mao's China.
Hassan Piker! Also, you know what? How about we do this? Let's do a little quick fact check for most murderous regimes in the planet. Just for you, Bill. I got you, buddy. You know exactly where I'm going, Boy Meets Minnie, and this is my standard. Bill, if we care about murderous regimes that have basically graced our existence, if we want to talk about the amount of people that have died as a byproduct of colonialism, Bill, we can talk about, like, capitalist regimes like that of the British Raj under the British Empire there, buddy. I mean, we could do that, you know, if we want to do, like, some apples to apples comparisons, where, well, the amount of people that died during the Great Leap Forward from Mao Zedong and also the Holodomor and other various famines that happened in the USSR ranged to about 55 million, something around that, right? We know why those have specifically happened. It's because of poor state policy, because of Lysenkoism, because Lysenkoism is crank science. Yeah, it's crank science. But with the British Raj specifically, this shit was fucking deliberate. Bengal famine, that shit was deliberate. And a lot of these famines that have happened in India was the byproduct of purposeful, caste-based violence done not only by the Brahmins that were helping the British with civil administration within the British Raj, but also by the colonial overseers of Britain themselves. And we have proof for that. But sure, man, like, we could talk about not fucking Mao Zedong and Stalin and Pecker or whatever the fuck. Yeah, okay, bro. Nice meme.
Mandami's aide, his top aide, Sia Weaver, said if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize property, it's over.
Why are we misquoting here? That's his private property. Bill, why are we lying here? Bro, if we're gonna lie, why put in the actual fucking quote? Like, what are we doing here? This is private. Says private property. And Marxists make a very, very clear distinction between the differences of private property and personal property. Again, your personal property, that's like your possessions, right? Your personal possessions, yada, yada, yada. When Marxists are talking about the seizing of the means of production, they don't mean, or seizing of private property, they don't mean people's fucking houses, which is their personal property. No one's fucking talking about that. You fucking stupid motherfucker. But whatever. Yeah, I can't believe that someone would go on national television in order to just lie like that. That's a good point, Fox of Fate.
And impoverish the white middle class. What? That's a...
What? Isn't this like some random out of context quote here by Sia Weaver? Also, like, who the fuck amongst, like, Bill Maher's old stupid audience is going to know who Sia Weaver is, which is just some like tenant organizer in New York, because that's her whole shtick. She's just a tenant organizer, and she did some work in terms of housing on Zohran Mamdani's campaign. Like, bro, what are we doing here?
That's a goal? You know you're supposed to scare people into voting for you, right? One of the new soon-to-be Democratic Congresspeople, Darlisia Chevalier, supports seizing all properties from landlords and said seize the means of production. Mamdani has said the end goal is seizing the means of production. I think they want to seize the means of production.
Do they? Is that how they're governing, Bill? Like, you can see directly what their policies are right now and what they're working on, especially with Zohran Mamdani. Is he seizing the means of production? Are the proletariat organizing like workers Soviets in order to be able to seize the means of production away from the bourgeoisie? Is that what they're doing, Bill? I've not seen any evidence, any like indication of that happening whatsoever. But here's Scott Galloway, that, I don't know, like manosphere weirdo, just like giggling along with all this like schizophrenic bullshit from this, I don't know, irrelevant old man.
Now maybe you missed that in school or missed school altogether, but that's communism. That's communism, which we tried.
No. Seizing the means of production is a step towards socialism. Communism is the abolition of the commodity form, the money form, the state, and all class distinctions. Period. End of story. Seizing the means of production is a step in order to be able to get to communism. Period. End of story. Right? But that's like the first step, and that is the proletariat seizing the means of production and establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat. It's all outlined in something called the Critique of the Gotha Program, Bill. It's a pretty quick read. It's only like 15 pages. You could probably get through it and understand something from it, maybe.
Right, and it doesn't work. Parties can change sometimes, you know. You have to keep up. Who freed the slaves? Republicans, Lincoln. Democrats were the racist party back then, but then JFK got elected and it switched.
No. No. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's seriously doing the... Hey, Bill, remember when you were complaining about people calling you a Republican? This is one of the reasons why you're doing that. That's not how the Southern Switch worked, you fucking dumbass. Because, first off, guess who passed the Civil Rights Act? It was Lyndon B. Johnson, who came after JFK. Yikes. And all the Dixiecrats, as a byproduct of the New Deal, because FDR wanted the New Deal to also help out black people, because the New Deal did not help black people, keep in mind, were thinking about doing the Southern switch over to the Republican Party because of the New Deal. This was being floated around the 1930s, you stupid motherfucker. If only you could do some reading instead of being a stupid prick. Like, literally, in this picture right here, Lyndon B. Johnson is right there. Because what made the switch actually happen was the passing of the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act. That's when the Dixiecrats decided to flip all to Republicans. You dumb motherfucker. But do you understand that? Nah.
The DSA itself has switched, even 5 years ago. It shunned communists. That changed. Things change.
Wait, did the DSA ever shun communists? Is that true? Boy Meets Vinny, you used to be a DSA member. Did they ever shun communists? What, like, is that ever true? Has that ever happened? I'm pretty sure they'll just, like, pretty much accept anyone who just has, like, a progressive left-leaning sort of, like, ideology, and if they pay their dues. That's, like, really about it. he does not know what a tanky is, Alex. There's no fucking way. So, you know. Yeah, also Kamala Harris was a fucking was a communist, but whatever. Not really. The communists would critique them for the taking part in the DNC, but that's about it. Yeah, exactly. But okay, yeah, sure, man. Okay, Bill.
Now the coalition within the DSA, called the Marxist Unity Group, is in ascendance, and I must take them at their word when their words include, our commitment is to the long-term struggle for a fully liberated, classless society, in a word, communism. What are they?
I mean, they're Marxists, man. That's the goal of Marxists. Whoa. Shocker? Okay.
They have to do? Tweet out, elect more communists? Oh yeah, Sia Weaver did that. Yes. Good, I'm glad you're shocked.
Why the fuck would you be shocked? Also, this was 9 years ago. Like, what the fuck is this? Dude, we're doing the listen, I need everyone to understand what this is. This is fucking woke 1.0, woke-tard fucking pandering bullshit, right? This is something that Bill Maher should have a hatred of on principle. Yet he's basically trying to wield it as a weapon against left-leaning people constantly. That's a little interesting now, is it, right? It should make you ask some fucking questions. Like, how is this guy not treated as anything else besides a fucking hack?
People gotta realize this is going on.
Also, again, Sia Weaver is she's just a tenant organizer. Like, that's literally her whole shtick. That's her job. But, I don't know, here's old man who, I don't know, loves to be a creep around 21-year-old girls, having a schizophrenic conniption about it.
Yes, my vote is in play. I'm not voting for anyone who thinks the wrong side won the Cold War or cheers for the Intifada like it's the World Cup. It's so ironic.
What the fuck is cheering for the Intifada? Again, you have a misunderstanding for what Intifada means, you stupid, like, Islamophobic fucking dumb fuck. Intifada just means, God, I used to remember what the fuck it means. It just means struggle. Like, that's literally it. Well, that's jihad. Jihad just means struggle. Intifada is basically uprising. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. It just means uprising. That's it. Now, you may be wondering, why is there a fucking uprising that's constantly fucking happening right now? Because capitalism is fucking failing, you stupid motherfucker. I wonder why young people might be interested in starting some form of an uprising, some form of an intifada, as you may hope. But, you know, since Bill Maher is like one of these like new atheist type, like dumb fuck liberals, who can never get around, or never get over the fact that he was popular during the Iraq War and has never seen the same popularity ever since, he has to, like, fearmonger constantly about the term intifada, which just means uprising against a class, against a particular system right now that's fucking over a bunch of young people. But then again, listen, well, you know what? We'll do the meme. Bill Maher has always had some interesting predilections about young people.
Yes, it is what it is, and it's now the next thing. Because there's like so much I would love to know about being a 21-year-old girl.
Like what?
I mean, first of all,
That's a good question. Yeah, well, Bill, you're over 70, bro. What would you like to know about being a 21-year-old girl? I'm just saying.
I mean, you know, you're adorable, you're cute. It's just the way of the world. I mean, you got the world by the balls when you're what? But like your day to day before this happened was like working in a. Where'd you work?
Yeah. Now, Bill, I wonder why people may be calling you a bit of a creepy old Republican weirdo. I'm just saying.
From the people who obsess about colonization. You know what's being colonized now? The Democratic Party.
Yeah, man. The Democratic Party is being fucking colonized by 7 differing members of DSA or something. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? This is complete fucking nonsense, dude. Like, again, this is just the incoherent ramblings of an old man who's basically just mad about the fact that he's lost all relevance in terms of Democratic Party politics. And this motherfucker loves to complain about the fact that he's a Republican.
Last month, 2 Democratic congressmen released an open pledge they wanted their fellow Democratic members to sign. It said, "We are capitalist, not socialist. We want safety, not lawlessness. We are proud, not ashamed of America." These should not be hard words for a congressional Democrat to sign on to. You know how many did? 8. 8 out of 212.
I want to give everyone a quick reminder. This is the same motherfucker who started this whole fucking monologue complaining about being called a Republican. I wonder why people are doing that, Bill.
Guys, really, there's got to be an easier way to lose the swing states.
Sure, man. I don't know, man. DSA candidates and other progressive members keep seemingly winning within swing states. So, like, what's going on here? That's a little interesting. Yeah, these people don't want to fucking abolish lawless ICE, but they care about law and order, but don't care about abolishing ICE. Yeah, okay, whatever, Bill. Stupid.
And no, this nonsense is not where most Democratic politicians are right now, but it's also becoming a raging fire festival in the party that neither is anyone putting out. People are actually getting elected now who literally don't think we should have police or prisons or borders. And again, they're not lying about who they are. The media is.
Again, this is the guy, quote unquote, who's complaining about being called a Republican, and he's just repeating constant Republican fucking talking points. Also, like, can we see some additional fucking context about what's being said here, you stupid motherfucker? Because, again, we have just a lot of just randomly cut out of context fucking quotations as a part of a fucking charter. I would like to know what the additional context is within this charter so I can get a full perspective and idea of what exactly the DSA is talking about. Because if we're talking about abolish the police or prison system, yes, I actually do agree with that. Now, you may be wondering, well, Daho, why are you playing into Bill Maher's talking point pretty much one-to-one? The problem with the abolish the police stuff is that, optically speaking, it's fucking rancid, because people, well, mostly propagandists, are going to look at that and say, oh, what, you mean literally abolish the police and prison systems? What is meant by that exactly is a reallocation of resources into social workers and other social programs that can combat poverty. The reason why leftists and Marxists, generally speaking, talk about the abolition of the prison system is because the prison system is simply used right now to punish lower class people for being lower class, Bill, which you're okay with because how many millions of dollars are you worth? Probably several hundred, if I were to take a guess. That's why a lot of fucking left-leaning people talk about the abolition of police and also the prison system, because they are, generally speaking, used in order to punish, the lower classes, the proletariat specifically.
Ask Ms. Chevalier about the border. She says, yes, literally abolish the border.
Now, Bill, you pretend to be a liberal, okay? You might want to read some Hume, some Adam Smith, some Descartes, some other ones as well. Those are the three that I remember immediately off the top of my head. They, too, were also for the abolition of borders. Those fucking Enlightenment philosophers from the 16th and 17th century, more like the 17th and 18th century, were for the abolition of borders. Daho, do tell. Yes, they actually were. Very often, these philosophers would talk about how they are for the freedom of movement and the freedom of men, specifically men, to be able to move between countries without any sort of restrictions or punishments. So, yeah, they were for border abolition. They were not for strict fucking borders. They are unironically talking about basic fucking liberal values, but Bill doesn't get that. Why? Because he's a Republican.
You know, if you call a woman a whore and everyone gasps, and then the woman says, oh, no, he's right, I'm literally a prostitute. Believe her. This crowd literally...
Very strange comparison.
...wants to get rid of our form of government, the Senate, but also, and I quote, replace the president and Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen by and subordinate to Congress. Yeah, no...
Wait, what's the problem with that exactly? These guys are pushing for democratic principles, and that would be a democratic principle because Congress has their representatives elected, Bill. That would be direct fucking democracy. Hello? Because it turns out with the current system that's within power right now, with the executive seemingly thinking that they can do whatever the fuck they want, and the judiciary can just, like, I don't know, like, jerk off in a corner and essentially do whatever they want with as well in terms of the Supreme Court. I think it's pretty understandable that a lot of people may have some fucking problems with that, especially considering the fact that most of these fucking judges are unelected. Same, well, not necessarily the same with the executive. That's technically also elected, but given how the Electoral College works, not really, not actually. So again, you know, Just throwing it out there. Also, this is a point from the Majority Report when they also looked at this. I think the congressman's name is John Dingell. And that guy was a seasoned congressman, and he would constantly advocate for the abolition of the Senate. So, yeah. Because the Senate, for example, is just a body that does not fucking work. So, cope? Yeah, cope.
Biggie. Just taking the very essence of our government, which is 3 branches checking each other and shit-canning 2.5 of them.
I have bad news for you, Bill. It's currently not happening. I think John Cornyn himself also said that we can't check Donald Trump effectively, and has literally admitted himself that Congress is not doing its job.
Who could be this nuts? I'll tell you who. Morons who are still wearing COVID masks in 2026.
What the fuck is this, schizophrenic fucking COVID conspiracism? Like, what, Bill, you want to get another fucking stint on the Joe Rogan Experience? What, you're that desperate for fucking relevance, bro? Maybe a bunch of people are just wearing masks because of immunocompromised people living in a fucking staying in a fucking confined space, and they're being considerate of those people. Also, when was this screenshot taken, Bill? Was this during COVID or something? What is this? Yeah, wildfire smoke. There's so many differing reasons why you could be wearing a mask. It doesn't have to be just for, spreading your dirty, germs to a bunch of people. Maybe people are just being considerate, unlike yourself, who's a stupid asshole and a fucking creep to 21-year-old girls. Listen to all these anti-mask weirdo schizophrenics clapping about this. Oh, is Bill Maher also an anti-vaxxer, Alex? And this guy calls himself a Democrat. Very interesting.
This photo is from the DSA meeting in Denver 3 weeks ago. Okay, I'm just going to say it. Since the far left, the far left, is overwhelmingly...
Again, maybe there's a bunch of immunocompromised people. That's that. And people are just being considerate. Why the fuck does that matter? Also, were there fucking wildfires as well? Maybe they were wearing masks because of the wildfires. Also, not everyone was even wearing a mask in there. Again, this whole mask point is just so stupid.
Made up of affluent, ultra-woke white people. You raised your kids...
Hold on. I don't know, man. Are these people all, rich, affluent white people? I see some black people in there as well. I see some Muslim people as well. Or Arab people, rather. Bill, are you sure that these people are all, I see Latin people as well? What the fuck is this? Also, by the way, all the DSA candidates that got elected into office, I think only one of them is white. That being William Lawrence. All the other ones have been every other shade of the fucking rainbow, Bill. But yeah, DSA is populated only by rich, affluent whites. Okay, Bill. Sure, man.
The far left, the far left, is overwhelmingly made up of affluent, ultra-woke white people. You raised your kids wrong. You told your...
as opposed to Bill Maher, who does a very good job raising children.
Precious brats that every brain fart was genius, and now those brain farts are becoming Democratic Party policy.
That is incredibly fucking hilarious coming from you, Bill Maher, who basically wants his brain farts from the early aughts and weird Gamergate-esque fucking talking points to continue being Democratic fucking policy. You know what we call that in the business, Bill? Projection.
Francesca Hong, yet another major Democratic candidate who's all in on abolishing the police, and is running for governor of Wisconsin, says...
Again, what do we mean exactly by abolishing the police? Do we mean a reallocation of resources? A reallocation of resources to social workers to be able to more effectively combat poverty and not having the police do that? Because that's what Zohran Mamdani did, and that's also the position of abolish the police. Yeah. Also, Bill, I thought these DSA people were all rich, affluent white people. What's up with this? You're directly contradicting your literally not even 30 seconds after contradicting one of his fucking talking points.
I think that my perfect world would be a world without prisons, because we all see the humanity in one another, and then we know nobody's disposable. Well, murder victims are. I mean, if you heard this kind of nonsense coming out of the mouth of...
Again, there would still be laws that would stop people from, like, you know, or that would deal with people who are getting murdered, or that deal with murderers. We're not talking about, like, the abolition of law, you stupid motherfucker. We're talking about the fucking prison system that currently exists. That's essentially being used as a way to punish poor people for being poor, you rich, affluent white person.
Of a teenage beauty queen, it
Well, you know, wannabe affluent white person.
would be an eye roll. No wonder that the most true blue Democrat ever, James Carville, says, there's just some shit I can't be in the same tent with.
Well, this guy also talks about how he was simping for Israel during that same interview with Donnie Sullivan. I don't know, having a schizo crash out about Hassan, for lack of a better term. So, do you really want to go against the will of the Democratic constituency, which is a 70-80 fucking issue? And we're, I don't know, going with Palantir advisor Zio Shill dipshit who helped orchestrate parts of the fucking Oslo Accords, which fucked over the Palestinians and essentially legitimized the actions of the Israelis within the West Bank, and is part of the reason why there are so many tensions within Palestine and Israel at the current juncture right now. Like, we want to do that. We're going to go against a 70-80 issue amongst the Democratic constituency. But James Carville's a very, very blue, true blue Democrat. Palantir advisor, Zionist fucking dipshit over here.
Yeah, Carville said, I'm done. I'm not in that fucking political party.
Good,
Gavin Newsom
leave.
disagrees. He says he's good with it because the party is a big tent. Well, you know what else you find in a tent? Clowns.
I don't know, buddy. Given your fucking current hairstyle right now, all you need to do is get a little hair dye and a red nose, and you'd be joining them.
It's so funny. So many liberals shit themselves every time Trump puts gold on something in the Oval Office. Oh, it's historic.
Okay, man. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Like, hey, come on, man. You're making it, Bill, you're making it too easy for me, buddy. You're making it way too easy for me, dude.
And the separation of powers isn't? Get your head out of your ass. I would vote for Sarah Palin before this shit.
Why am I not surprised? Why? Is it because she's a dumb fucking schizophrenic like yourself, Bill?
She's a bimbo, but if you ask...
Okay, you just called yourself a bimbo. Okay, relax, Bill. You have not aged that well, okay? Calm the fuck down. Listen, maybe remind you, this is how you fucking speak to 21-year-old girls.
I mean, now the next thing, because there's like so much I would love to know about being a 21-year-old girl.
Like what?
I mean, first of all, I mean, you know, you're adorable, you're
This guy thinks he's a bimbo, guys.
cute. It's just the way of the world. I mean, you got the world by the balls when you're what?
I'm just saying.
But if you asked her to come up with something she likes about America, she could do it. You betcha. Thank you very much.
Dog shit monologue from a dying political brand who, I don't know, barely understands what the DSA charter is all about and is basically a projection of the fact that he's losing all relevance within the Democratic constituency and within the Democratic Party from the poignant political commentary that he used to have in saying Muslims are kind of bad guys. Listen, buddy, don't worry. Trump will definitely take your calls back. You know, he definitely will because, he definitely won't just be making fun of your stupid, goofy-looking head ass behind your fucking back and calling you a fucking loser behind your back because that's exactly what you are, Bill Maher, a giant fucking loser. Nice fucking dinner and attempt at a signing a deal with the devil, you fucking old curmudgeon-y, pathetic fucking goddamn loser. Cope and fucking seethe, Bill Maher. You are an irrelevant hack and a massive fucking loser. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Whew, that was a good one. I'm happy about that one. I have to say, I was certainly on fire with that one. I think I felt good about that one. That one felt quite good. No, that's the Kid Rock staple. He has always worn the Milady hats. God, I had no time in order to be able to work on my plastic factory. I was too focused on shitting on Bill Maher. Because he kept saying stupid shit that I had to shit on. Son of a bitch. Yeah, we didn't build the microplastics. Actually, these are not microplastics, Boy Meets Mini. These are macroplastics. Okay, get it right. The polymer resin is the microplastics. Okay, get it right, doofus. That's another good one. Okay, I'm also keeping that one in the back shell in the back pocket. Okay. These are not microplastics. These are macroplastics. I'm happy with that one as well. That's a good one. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not backed by big oil, big petroleum, big plastic. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why would you accuse me of such things? That's fucked up. You know what, Boy Meets Mini? You should demod yourself now. Now. Larry David wrote an essay, My Dinner with Hitler, in response to Maher's talking about how great Dinner with Trump was. I completely forgot about that, and that was also something that triggered the fuck out of Bill Maher. But listen, send me a reminder about that in a DM there, Alex, so that I can put that in the description. Another fine insult just for Bill Maher. You know, listen, I've talked about this before and I'll talk about it again, but the dunking will continue until morale improves. As we all know. And that was some dunking will continue until morale improves content. Oh, but the hors d'oeuvres were simply splendid and lovely. That's why I had to have dinner with Hitler, said Bill Maher. He's just really fucking stupid, man. Yeah, you know what, Bill? I'm gonna give you some chicken McNuggets. You know, a true delicacy from yours truly, Donald J. Trump. Alrighty. So you're running on coal. You are going to give me... where's my compacted coal? Compacted coal, unload. Compacted coal... no. That's coal, compacted coal, unload. I need to rename this. Yeah, I need to rename that to turbo fuel. Alright. Time for us to transport the compacted coal to the place where we're going to be making the turbo fuel. What? Oh, get to it. Have I ever forgotten to mention how much I really like the new pathing system that they've created? Have I ever forgotten to say how great of a job they've done with that shit? They've done a fantastic job with it, I must say. Very, very good. You know what is another thing that I would like for Satisfactory to do? Boy Meets Mini? Is have some kind of implementation of the circuit system. They kind of have it with like power switches and stuff, but it's not the same. Especially since in Factorio 2.1 they expand the circuit system to basically be used on anything. You can use it on pipes, you can use it on pumps. Well, no, you could already use it on pumps. I would love for there to be some implementation of the circuit system. That would be so fucking awesome. AI limiters and circuits are underused in this, in my opinion. I can agree with that, yeah. Like, there's stuff you can do with power switches and the circuits and whatnot in terms of, like, you know, controlling your power grid. But in reality, like, the application is very niche. Like, it's not terrible. It's not bad, but, like, I would like to be able to connect a circuit to a constructor to be able to, say, flip its recipes. When I say, for example, like, when I'm, like, creating alien protein, right? I don't want to have, like, four differing constructors with, like, you know, fully summer slooped and everything, because it's just like a waste of power. I want to have one constructor that can basically read the contents of the belt and then appropriately flip to the needed recipe based off of the contents of that belt. That's what I want. That would be so fucking nice. But you need a circuit system in order to be able to do that, and that's not available in this game. Like, you know what I mean, Boy Meets Spinny? That's one thing that Factorio will definitely have over Satisfactory. And another thing with 2.1 is they're basically they're implementing in another mod, and that's with ship-to-ship transfers. That's going to be fantastic. Of material. Oh, that's so good. You could probably actually start to run some less ships. Just with ship-to-ship transfer. It's just a good mod. And it's just like, why isn't this in the base game? And Kovarex and Woob. I don't know if Kovarex still works with Woob. Pretty sure he does. Quick reminder, Kovarex is not a good dude, but whatever. It is what it is. If only we could have gotten, like, the implementation of some of this stuff in the initial sort of patch with Arendelle. Arendelle is, by the way, the creator of the Space Age mod. A name that many people are familiar with. Or rather, he created the space exploration mod and worked with Woob to create, well, Space Age. I think I will probably at some point in time do a space exploration run, I think, in Factorio, because it's a really good mod. Like, it's really good. Like, really, I'm gonna say, like, really good. Like, really good. Is it kind of like Star Control? I don't know what the fuck Star Control is. But it's basically, it's Space Age, but with, like, way more to it. It's a much more complex version of Space Age. Whereas with, you know, Space Age, it could not be as complex as, say, space exploration, because space exploration is very complex. Because you have to be able to market it more easily to people. Not to say that Space Age isn't complex. There's a lot that they packed in. And Arendelle and the team at Woob did a fantastic job with the creation of Space Age. But it's basically space exploration is, what if Space Age had way more fucking shit to it? Space RPG that inspired so many other games like Fallout, also inspired StarCraft. I guess I'll believe you. So true, Big Jerry. Well, you do travel to planets in space exploration, and you do scan resources. But funny aliens, there's none of that. It's a great mod, I think. I wonder if it's compatible space exploration with Space Age, just with the planets of Space Age. I would like to be able to use foundries and EM plants. And a couple of other things that are really nice to have. I may be just spoiling myself a little bit. But I do like my foundries and EM plants and stuff. Although, honestly, there's already those buildings that get created, or analogs to them already within space exploration, so, whatever. You just gotta get the appropriate science and production chains. Really, the only criticism that I've seen of Space Age is that the mid-game is kind of... like, it's kind of repetitious. Where you go to this planet to get this resource. Oh, you got this resource now. Well, now you have to go through this long production chain that you have to go through. Okay, you got the next 4 science packs that you need for this specific thing. Now do it again. It's like, okay, man. And that's like the main criticism, I think, that exists for space exploration. Which is like kind of annoying, but like, it's still good despite that, but meh. Whatever. Like a slight annoyance, it's like, that's not the end of the world. That's like whatever. That's a very whatever. Like, that's so whatever. Not the podcast. No one likes those guys. All right, lovely. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're just going to get our plastic factory up and going, up and ready. So we can at least have some of our more needed petroleum-based products going. AKA plastic. What's up, Dr. Seda? How's it going, buddy? Okay, so 300 each, which we can then double. Although we don't need to double them because of the upgrades with the mod that we're going to get eventually. So we don't actually have to do that. Lovely. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10. So true, Big Jerry. Just found out about this channel recently. I hate liberals. I, too, also do not like liberals. But for the most part, I do not have a problem with most liberals. Mostly the liberals I have the biggest issues with are essentially the blue MAGA-esque liberals who basically they love to pretend to decry conservatives and conservatism, but will very often engage in a lot of the exact same thought-terminating cliche and logical fallacies as them consistently. That fucking irritates the fuck out of me. Very, very fucking annoying. I do not like them. And very often, because if we're talking about, like, say, people like Pisco or Soy Pill or Keith Edwards or whatever, right? I don't really have as big of a problem with them. I will have disagreements with them. But I'm not going to be like, I don't know, like, get canceled off the internet or whatever. Right? Like, those are people you can probably have, like, an actual conversation with and not want to fucking pull your hair out. People like Hutch should be bullied off of the internet. People like Wick should be bullied off of the internet. Because, God, I fucking hate those guys. People like Destiny, who's a sex pest fucking rapist, should probably be bullied off of the internet. Because fuck them. People who actually genuinely deserve derision, to be honest, should just be fucking bullied. I don't give a shit. I have no sympathy, no mercy for them. Like, a bunch of these other guys, I can probably, like, you can talk with them, have, like, disagreements with them, but at the very least, you can just be like, well, you know, at least I think you're, like, reasonable. I just don't agree with you, you know? And I think that's, like, fine. I think that's acceptable. But, like, all these, like, blue MAGA types and stuff, yeah, they should be absolutely bullied. Because fuck those people. I despise them. Because they're not interested in any fucking political project. Oh, online. Not in real life. Because that's just not... Well, first off, harassing is bad. Mostly online. Just by calling them extremely fucking stupid and that their ideology is stupid and they don't actually believe in much of anything. We should have one-on-one fights with them. No? That's a little weird. Just a little weird. Well, I mean, like I said before, I've made my position rather clear. Most, like, progressive liberals, I don't really give much of a shit about. I'm going to be honest here. I've had my conversations, my talks with them, my disagreements. You know, beating the shit out of them, yeah, it's not really going to be conducive or really effective whatsoever. Because, unfortunately, they're going to be the closest... ones ideologically speaking. And there's unfortunately a lot more of them in comparison to that of leftists. I mean, it is what it is. Strategically speaking. It's just not an effective strategy. Liberals are weak as hell. Meh. I don't really care about that, to be honest. This is not really worth any, like, IRL encounters or anything. I just don't think it's worth the time. Yes, unfortunately, it's very important for the public to have a good optical view of the left. And if a bunch of people are seeing that, I don't know, lefties are going around beating the shit out of liberals, yeah, that's not a good look. That's a pretty bad look. In fact. Because, you know, haha, politics. It's very dumb, but it's very important. A silly horseman once said that. A silly horseman who's now moving to the Netherlands, funnily enough. Yeah, Vosh stopping. Yeah, that's true. No, it just depends on the liberal. I mostly just see no point in having, like, a massive qualm with fucking liberals. They are ideological, not allies, opposition. But for the time being, it's not going to be effective. Wasting energy and time fighting a bunch of fucking, well-to-do, well-meaning liberals. Vosh is flirting with the idea of supporting Vance. I think I know exactly what you're talking about, but he said that mostly as like a meme when he was you know, basically saying, like, for the love of God, for the love of all that is good and holy, do not choose Gavin Newsom as the Democratic nominee for president. And then he said, yeah, I'll consider fucking supporting fucking JD Vance, because at the very least, everything will get, like, significantly worse much faster. Was what he was mostly talking about there. I think. Yeah, we be edgy memers sometimes. Who cares what that horse lover has to say? Says. I don't know. He's got a large subscriber base. A lot of people do seem to care what he says. I don't know. I mean, keep in mind, you are the one who brought up Vosh first. Okay, that should be good. Listen, that's just the standard of Vosh. Vosh is extremely stubborn, but if you present to him a good argument that he ultimately agrees with, he will change his tune. This is a very, very common thing with Vosh. But he will be very stubborn. Because he's just very stubborn. I don't know, man. I think you just might be reading a little too much into, I don't know, some, like, bit that Vosh was going with, talking about, like, God, I swear to God, if the Democrats elect, or select fucking, Gavin Newsom as the, nominee for the president of the Democrats, I will fucking vote for JD Vance. Also, by the way, JD Vance is not even going to be guaranteed to be the Republican nominee. Most of the polling actually indicates that it might actually be fucking Marco Rubio. So. Also, his dumbass fucking lives in Seattle. His vote would not really matter all that much. Well, while he was saying that, his dumbass fucking lives in Seattle. I don't think when push comes to shove, Vosh would have voted for JD Vance. Controversial take, I know. Okay, so this would be 400 heavy oil residue per minute. I mean, most of them could be, like, unironic accelerationists. Some of them might be trolls. Who really fucking knows, to be honest? The sort of, like, I don't know, quibble about the minutia of all of it is... I don't think it's really, really effective or really necessary. I don't know. I mean, one can quibble about it, sure, but, like... If we're talking about people who are on the left, who have supported Democratic fucking candidates, again, most of them have come out of the woodwork to support Hillary Clinton in her doomed election in 2016. I think, like, what, 90+% of Bernie voters ended up voting for Hillary Clinton. Some ended up voting for Trump for, I would assume, various reasons. Who really knows exactly why? But so some of them could have been accelerationists. Some of them could have been, like, Strasserites. Some of them could have been, like, fucking edgy trolls or whatever. But for the most part, most of those people probably stayed home. They mostly probably stayed home. They're just like, man, fuck that. Because of how pissed they probably were for Hillary Clinton essentially cheating Bernie Sanders in 2016 at the DNC alongside Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I need more pipes and concrete. Well, mostly in concrete. Memes.
The memes.
The memes. Definitely need more copper sheets. Because now we also need to deal with the residual fuel. Although honestly, I could start to make some amount of turbo fuel. If I had the recipe for it. It would be the basic turbo fuel recipe, but because we don't have the better turbo fuel recipe that we want. What is the alternative? That we're looking for? I don't remember what its recipe was made up of. Turbo blend fuel, huh? That could be interesting. But no, we just need to turbo fuel. Turbo heavy fuel. I mean, that only needs heavy oil residue. Which means when I get the recipe that just lets me turn oil only into heavy oil residue. Because that is an alternative recipe. Oh, and you get some polymer resin out of it. So I guess we can also get some extra plastic. Oh, that is a good recipe then, honestly. Which means the direct conversion fuel thing. Oh, I can get rid of some extra stuff there. No, that's useful. Okay. We're going to be doing some changes eventually of our recipes, but that's fine. So we're mostly just going to use the residual rubber / plastic recipe for all this bullshit. While getting rid of excess rubber mostly. Because we need that fuel to be constantly producing for turbo fuel. What did I come here for? Oh, copper sheets. I just want to make my plastic. Which means all that's really left is just, dealing with all of the excess oil residue. We're going to turn that into residual fuel. That's going to help supplement our turbo fuel production for now. Also, one of the best ways we can probably test our turbo fuel once we start making it, which we can almost start making it, almost, is by testing it with a trip with the truck to some far flung off area. See how efficient it is. Listen, Boy Meets Mini, this shit's going to be fantastic. Guaranteed. And I'm going to use a bunch of extra turbo fuel for my jetpack. This jetpack, I've had this shit for forever. The stuff that I can do with a jetpack and a fucking grappling hook is probably going to be kind of insane. Like, just with the fucking parachute alone, I've been able to do some fucking crazy ass cheese. With a jetpack? Huh. Now we're fucking talking. I don't know. If you take a look at the tractor, it kind of looks like a Mini, but it's like a lot taller and has really crazy suspension for all terrain. For all terrain purposes. You could probably make a Mini that looks like a tractor from Satisfactory. I don't know. Yeah, Mini on Jeep suspension type shit. Alright, is that done? I don't know if that's necessary, Boy Meets Mini, because all my Caterium is right here. And I think also right here, so kind of unnecessary. Man, daisy chaining is so nice. I am a fan, I have to say. Definitely saves on having to create a bunch of power poles everywhere. I think that's honestly the best part about the daisy chaining is you do not need to make as many power poles. Boom. All those are now powered. I don't need to have dumbass power poles everywhere, which is nice. Which is like... Because, you know, Factorio gets around the power pole problem with the substation, with its large area. The daisy chaining just gets around the power pole problem by not having to make a substation-like thing. And just keeping power poles. It's an elegant solution. I like it. Alright, all that's left is to just pipe all this shit. And then we're good. Lovely. Okay. Very good, very cool. Then the other side, and then... Well, we're not exactly 100% done with this quite yet, but we can basically turn this thing on. Final pipe. Residual fuel. We have to underclock one of these things. It's fine. 6 refineries and 1 underclocked. That'll be 400. That'll give me an extra, what? How much fuel? Do you give me extra of? Where are you? What? 266.67 fuel per minute? That's good. That's good. Alongside all these other shitters, so with the regular fuel recipe, 40, it's of course 60 crude. We are working with 600 crude, so 10 of these. 10 of these, 300 polymer resin per minute. 666.7. So 666.7 fuel per minute. And then with the residual rubber recipe. Uh, 40 polymer resin plus, because we're gonna have 10 of these. So with 10 of these, it's 300 per minute plus these 640, so 7.5. These ratios aren't clean, but you know, it's nothing a little underclocking can't fix. So, how much water per minute did these things use? Just 40? Yes. So one fully maxed out Mark 1 pipe can supply water to all of those. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, okay, cool. But I just want to get the plastic working up until then for now. I do have the fluid sink to keep the plastic production going, but I just want to get this first part done here. then we'll figure out the rest, because we have more segments to do and it's getting a bit late. By more segments I do, I really mean just 2 segments. Gonna have to figure out what we're going to do with all this residual, all these residuals, all these fuck ass byproducts. Although in the world of fuck ass byproducts, the refinery is not that bad. It's the later recipes that get really annoying with the fuck ass byproducts, like aluminum. I want to talk about annoying fuck-ass byproducts. Initial alumina production. Very fucking annoying. I probably am going to need an extra pump. For sure. That should be everything. Let's see if all the kinks are worked out. And just enough cables as well. Alright, that should be petroleum. Or oil. You need to be 300, please. And lovely. And fantastic. The plastic is coming off of the line. We are now producing plastic. Very good. Now all we have to do is just deal with the heavy oil residue and the associated fuel with that. Blah, 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 blah. And then this will be a line that will be churning. What's your overhead? 11.4. That's more than, it's totally fine. 11.7. Fantastic. Excellent. Everything is working as intended. Very good. Yeah, doing a manifold system is not exactly the best thing to do with oil-based products or any liquid-based products, generally speaking. But everything else is takes a long time and is very annoying. But whatever. Eventually all these will start filling up. And some at the end won't be 100% filled up. But that's okay. That almost never happens, Boy Meets Mini. But this is looking a-okay and fine and dandy and everything. She works. And eventually these things will do their thing eventually. Eventually. Very cool, very good. Oh. Dump all this extra plastic that we had from the dogs. From the WAFs? But we'll need some of that plastic to make packagers eventually. Next is the rubber. Turbo, since we're here, fuel unload. Perfect. And I think we need to stop for the time being because we still have stuff we need to cover. It's getting late. Lovely, fantastic. I did not want to open that. Well, it's time to talk about the Iran war. Very cool. One of our favorite things to talk about. My God, we love Iran. Don't we, folks? Alright. Gamers, I'm gonna grab some water. And then we'll continue talking about the topics de jour. Anyway, I'll be right back, gamers. not the screen I wanted to go to. I wanted to go to this. I wanted to go to this screen, folks. You know what I find funny, Boy Meets Mini? That there's, one particular commenter in the most recent Asmongold video, well, not the Kaisei one, basically saying, I can't believe you didn't do any research to talk about fucking Asmongold's relationship with Kaisei. You've done no research whatsoever. It's just like, the fuck are you talking about? Bro, but he said that he's loved OnlyFans girls, and he's been friends with this girl for a while. Yeah. It's just like, sure, man. Totally. I like how these people basically just admit that it's all just like for performance. Like, unironically. It's just like, okay, man, whatever. Although the Ethan Klein video, I must say, but the Islamo communist one, has certainly popped off. It's done very well. They just caught almost 1,300 views. It's pretty good for me. It's very good. Very good. Let me tell you, folks. I just want to give myself a pat on the back. Because I got all my stuff that I need for my stuff. Click, clack. Boop. And boop. Not Belle the Ranch. All right. Ooh. Good crack of the neck. Good crack of the neck. Listen, Bo the Filth Column, Belle the Ranch. Still don't remember why Bo retired. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, they're just good. Just good. Good amount of information, good topics, good videos, packed in a very neat little package. And they don't take long either. Sometimes they have some longer ones, but that's mostly because they'll be like, we're referring this from this old one. They just like play the full thing. It's just like, all right, that's cool. Anyway, let's get started with this shit. Guys, did you know there's that... Let's try that again. Guys, did you know that there's still a war in Iran happening? Shocker, I know. And the Iranians have made it rather clear that they have no interest whatsoever in negotiating with the United States of America, as much as the president likes to claim the exact opposite. Very, very, very often, very typical. None of us should be surprised by that at all whatsoever. And the Iran war has gotten to the point where it is now a regional war. It has gone out of the scope of specifically just Iran and Israel, and now Yemen and the Houthis are involved with the blocking of the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, connecting the Suez Canal to the Indian Ocean, whatnot, through the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea, which has now been blocked up by the Houthis. Why? Because they're just going to shoot any boat that goes through. Yeah, that's why. Which only is going to make everything worse. Yeah, worse. And yeah, like I said, Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah, why should they negotiate? You just Israel and the United States just keeps lying to them over and over and over again, and to Lebanon as well. Although with the case with Lebanon, Boy Meets Minnie, the reason why the actions within Lebanon are happening in the way that they're happening, for lack of a better term, I suppose, is because I think it's becoming more and more clear at this point that not only Israel, but also the United States wants to foment some kind of a civil war within Lebanon to have the government collapse or some shit, and then have the territory be way more easily taken over by Israel. If I were to take a guess. Yeah, when in doubt, it's involving Israel somewhere. Anyway, whatever. I digress. Yeah, the Iranians have no reason to negotiate with terrorists, as Fox of Fate themselves have also said. So why bother at all in negotiating anything whatsoever in terms of the United States of America when it's not been adherent to any of its fucking ceasefire deals and has been constantly coping and seething, talking about, well, we almost have a deal. We keep talking with the Iranians and they, we almost have a deal, folks. Let me tell you. Yeah, that's not fucking happening anytime soon. Because why should the Iranians try to seek out a deal with the United States when it's been made very, very clear that the United States are not honest actors in any form of negotiations? But we got a Bell the Ranch video here to talk about some of the happenings that's going on with the, current sort of position of the Iran war. Why don't we take a look?
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Belle again.
Howdy.
So today, we're going to talk about a missile shortage, a sunk ship, Trump claims, and dire straits. There's a whole...
Yeah, so the U.S. is running out of interceptors and missiles. We talked about a report earlier saying that the U.S. had already depleted about 80% of its interceptor missiles in terms of its stockpile. It turns out that's now been confirmed by the fucking Pentagon. Oops. Yeah, but Sleepy Joe's the one who depleted the military. Or as Trump is going to do here, and we're going to get to him coping about this, it's all the fault of the Ukrainians. Yes, of course. It's all the fault of the Ukrainians. Right. Mm-hmm. Even though the Trump administration had to ask the Ukrainians to tell them how to properly do drone defenses. Sure, man. Whatever. Should really go without saying. The ship that got sunk, I think, was an Indian vessel that got sunk by the Houthis. And Trump just says a bunch of bullshit and doesn't really matter. I'm preambling the video kind of unnecessarily.
Whole lot of news in the region, and we're going to pack as much of it as we can into one video. Okay, so first, reporting has come out that the U.S. has expended virtually all of our high-end missiles. Virtually all is a quote, by the way.
Jesus.
We've gotten a couple of messages about this, with people...
I believe that's from the Pentagon as well.
...arguing over which system this is referencing. Mm-hmm. Do they mean THAAD, Patriot, ATACMS, precision strike missiles, and so on? There seems to be conflicting reporting that is claiming different systems are in short supply. To put it simply...
I know that a lot of the Patriots, and I think... Oh God, I forget the name of some of the other, low to medium range, I think, interceptor missiles. I think they're called GLADs, I think. I could be wrong. Those are also in short supply as well. Those are the shitters that are meant to intercept the Shahhed drones, I think.
It appears that the reporting is separate and complementary, not conflicting. Meaning, the answer is that we're running low on all of them. Trump and Hegseth have burned through...
Oh, it's everything. Yeah, no, THAAD is for, medium-range ballistic missiles. That's what THAAD is for. And I mean, yeah, THAAD... Everything's is running low. THAAD, I know that they pulled a bunch of THAAD units away from the Korean front as well. for whatever reason, because fuck you, Korea, or something. Well, that's what you get, Korea, for not sending vessels in order to help us with the war in Iran. That's what you get, you stupid bitches.
Through just a ridiculous amount to achieve nothing.
Yep.
The U.S. is in a worse position than when they started this elective war. The current Iranian government is essentially...
Yeah, and just to follow up on that specifically, it's right here. The U.S. military has exhausted nearly 80% of its interceptors for a key missile defense system, as senior U.S. military commanders are warning that the Pentagon's munitions stockpile is dangerously low. Which Trump has been constantly making claims saying that, no, actually it's not low whatsoever. It's actually got an infinite amount. We have an infinite amount of missiles in order to be able to fight forever wars. I'm paraphrasing the quote there a little bit, but he did say the term forever war, and that the United States has unlimited resources in order to be able to, continue to fight this war within Iran, which is very unpopular, and nobody fucking asked for or wanted this whatsoever. So the fact that the president is saying that only just makes him significant look way fucking worse. But here's the president basically coping and seething about all of this, because of course he's coping and seething about all of this. Why don't we take a look?
Before.
President, on munitions, you posted overnight that the U.S. has a massive amount, and
right.
you denied that there were any shortages. There is a supplemental request for $21 billion to restock. So why is that request still there?
Which I believe is in addition to the, I think it was about $90 million that the Trump administration, specifically Pete Hegseth, asked for more munitions and more money in order to have available for the war within Iran, something like that. I think it was like $90 billion that Pete Hegseth was asking for.
Well, because we need more all the time. I mean, we need more. Look, we gave tremendous amount to Ukraine. The Biden people did, and they were given free of charge. No charge. Billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, and fortunately.
So the United States gave a lot more stuff besides just interceptors. A lot of the stuff that the Ukrainians were asking for was interceptors for, anti-drone equipment mostly. But most of the stuff that the Ukrainians got, in terms of the vast majority of the money, were mostly just military equipment and vehicles. Stuff like the rocket artillery systems for HIMARS, that's what it was. HIMARS systems, Abrams tanks, they got a couple of those. F-16s, they got a couple of those. As well as a lot of Bradleys and whatnot. And those things are the things that carry the bigger price tag in comparison to that of the ammunition for Patriot missiles and other various interception systems. Also, Trump, you are aware that you basically forced the Europeans to be a middleman to buy U.S. munitions so then they could be sent to the Ukrainians, right? You're the one who fucking did that specifically. And you also are the one who had to call over the fucking Ukrainians to be able to, or to have them teach you how to, or teach the U.S. military how to properly deal with drone interceptions and missile interceptions and whatnot. So, for all the, bluster and talk about Ukrainians not holding any of the cards, it turns out they actually hold plenty of cards, because the Gulf states are not coming to you to have help in terms of missile and Shahed drone interception when trying to defend themselves because of your dumbass fucking war. They're going to the Ukrainians instead. Interesting.
I built up so much during my term. I rebuilt the military and also loaded it up with a lot of stuff. We have certain types of munitions that are very powerful, that we have virtual unlimited supply. We have others where it's a little bit tighter, and we're getting them in on a day.
Yeah, man, virtually unlimited supply, but there's stuff that's a little tighter. But if you're having unlimited supply of why couldn't you have unlimited supply of the other thing as well? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Is it just like that difficult to produce, like Patriot missiles or THAAD missiles or other various interceptor missiles? Is it that difficult? I think there's also reporting saying that at this point in time, because of the interceptor situation being as low as it is, it's now gone to the point where a lot of Iranian missiles are just being let through to hit their fucking target, which is just kind of fucking insane. Given how like unprepared a lot of the U.S. bases were already in the Middle East to receive Iranian attacks, and people dying as a byproduct of that, of course, and how they are now unlivable, uninhabitable, not unlivable, uninhabitable is the correct term. It should really tell you about how much. Well, this dipshit does not give a fuck about any of these people, or specifically people in uniform. Wouldn't restocking take over a year at this point? Probably. Who really knows, Boy Meets Mini? The U.S. does not have the productive capabilities or capacity in order to be able to do that because they shipped most of those fucking jobs away.
Daily basis. As you know, our defense companies are building more plants right now than at any point in history. They're building plants for the Patriots, for the Tomahawks, for everything. But we have certain types of munitions which are very... they may not be as accurate. They may not be, they're not as elite. We have elite too, but we're
what Trump is referring to there is that Trump, because there was another Bell of the Ranch video. We don't need to go over it exactly, where it was talking about Pete Hegseth. The problem is specifically what Trump is mentioning there is that Pete Hegseth authorized the use of more gravity bombs. For those who may not know anything about gravity bombs, they're just a bunch of like metal packed with explosives, and you just kind of like drop them on a target. And if it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, well, that kind of also fucking sucks. They're highly inaccurate, and they do not have the complicated computer systems necessary in order to guide them to their target. They're basically like like carpet bombing from the ye olden days of World War II, if you know what I'm basically talking about. It's not good. It's really bad, and can definitely cause a lot of civilian fucking casualties.
Watching that very closely, but we have certain types which are very powerful and very good, and we have unlimited supply, and so we're in great shape. But with that being said,
such a great shape.
We always want more. We have to have more. We have other things maybe come up.
Probably, but I don't think the U.S. really cares about that. I mean, they were carpet bombing back in Desert Storm, I'm pretty sure.
Maybe don't come up. Hopefully nothing else does come up. But we're in very good shape. We have literally massive amounts of ammunition. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Massive amounts of ammunition. Massive fucking cope from the dumbass president.
Assessed by U.S. intel to be more likely to seek a nuke, even though they weren't seeking one before Trump started his war. And
quick reminder, there was a fatwa by the Ayatollah saying to not get a nuke. Tulsi Gabbard also said that the Iranians were not pursuing a nuke before the war started. Again, Tulsi said that. Who was the DNI?
Iran has control of the strait. Surprise, it didn't open yesterday as Trump suggested it might.
Nope.
It looks like there's a chance of it opening soon, but under a deal between Oman and Iran, not the U.S. But
some specifics about that to go into that. So according to 4 regional sources, the deal between Oman and Iran would open the Strait of Hormuz by directing all inbound traffic into a route that's closer to the Iranians, so probably through the like the upper half of the Strait of Hormuz. That's where the inbound traffic would be going, and all the outbound would go through a route that is closer to Oman. Keep in mind, that is who specifically owns the Strait of Hormuz, both halves of it within the territorial sort of waters. It's between the Iranians and also the Omanis. As much as the Trump administration likes to claim that the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranians can't close that. It's technically their territorial sovereign waters. So if they want to close the Strait of Hormuz, they can. Yeah, they can definitely do that if they want. So cope and seethe. The deal would be announced by Iran, Oman, and the UN's International Maritime Organization, alongside the U.S. There would be no fees or tolls. One of the most important aspects, the agreement, would be temporary. It is designed to return to the ceasefire and the MOU, restarting a 60-day clock to negotiate deals over the Iran nuclear program. Now, keep in mind, the MOU would basically make it such that the Israelis would not have to keep bombing, positions within Lebanon, and also would necessitate the Israelis to leave the fucking territory that they're basically trying to attempt to annex, which is a large portion of the south and also east of the country. Why? Greater Israel, baby. It's all about colonization for the Israelis because they are a rogue terror state. Iran's nuclear program, frozen assets, and a permanent arrangement for the strait. Iran expects during that time it would receive relief to sell oil, which during the MOU was stipulated that yes, the United States would be sending money and reparations to the Iranians for what exactly? Oh, bombing the shit out of them for no reason, and basically would give them back all their assets and allow them to be able to participate within international markets and whatnot, and financial markets as well. The arrangement is endorsed by the members of the GCC. The fact that the GCC is willing to even entertain this temporary deal with an emphasis on temporary shocks some analysts, since Iran could hypothetically block all imports through the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, which means they would be able to still maintain that control that they need in order to be able to deter the United States and Israel from attacking them ever again. Which, at this point, like, is it a good thing that this is the case? No, but considering the fact that the Iranians got attacked for, again, literally no reason by the United States and Israel, at this point in time, all I can say is that it is completely reasonable for them to do this. Because if we're talking about the objective of the nation state, and that is, well, survival for the sake of its own survival, this is completely in line with that, well, objective. So it makes sense that the Iranians are doing this. Like, no shit. That goes to show how much the GCC is prioritizing stopping the war over anything else. I wonder why. But the president, of course, also has to cope about that as well by saying that he's reached a deal. Has he reached a deal? How did he do that? But he's saying it's sort of open now. Is it open? I had no idea. What is this?
Pretty soon, again, based on everything I see, as soon as the war ends, and I think it's going to end pretty soon. I don't think they can go much longer. Yeah, please.
Has a deal been reached?
He's been saying that for the past 4 months. Yeah, 4 months.
To reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, I don't want to say it has been. It's sort of open right now. You know, we have a thing called the blockade headed up by the U.S. Navy, and we control it. And now we control it, but they can always...
He's been trying to do escorts of, like, fuel tankers and ships through the strait, and it's not been working. Those tankers have been getting sunk.
Shoot something, they always have something, or drop a mine. And if you have one mine sitting out there, you sort of mess things up, because people don't want to take their billion-dollar boats and accidentally get hit by a mine. But
the mines.
I think we're doing very well. I just, I'm involved in the negotiation. I think we're doing fine. Could be...
Oh, if the president is involved in the fucking negotiations, that shit is wallahi fucking cooked, bros. Ain't no way there's gonna be any negotiation done if this fucking brain-leaking dipshit is involved in any of the negotiations. But yeah, Trump, you keep telling yourself that the Strait of Hormuz is going to be open. Totally, bro.
Trump's war with Iran has become regional. And while
Mentioned
U.S.
this
officials
earlier.
were just trying to speak a deal into existence for the Strait of Hormuz, the strait on the other side of the Arabian Peninsula saw an Indian flag ship being sunk. Early indications are that it was hit by the Houthis using what's being called a bomb boat. It's a boat packed with boom that is brought alongside the target.
Okay, I find this to be hilarious because, just like a quick comparison, back during like the Hellenistic period, right, when like naval combat was like being sort of like evolved, like mostly the Romans figuring out how the fuck can we get our much better infantry to murder Carthaginian infantry, and they were just like, what if we just have like a big wooden bridge and we just like use that to hook on the Carthaginian boats. The funniest thing with the bomb boat is that it harkens back to an old concept back in antiquity known as the fire ships, where basically it would be a ship covered in so much flammable material that you would it would be unmanned, of course. You would just light it on fire and push it in the direction towards the enemy. And very often it's not going to get any it's not going to sink ships very often, but the purpose of like a fire ship is to essentially break up the enemy's formation, just to make it like more difficult for them to maneuver, so then you can get your rams on the sides of the enemy boats in order to sink their ships. Some basic antiquity naval warfare. And this bomb boat shit is basically the exact same. But I mean, technically speaking, like, it's more accurate with these bomb boats, because you could basically attach like remote systems and then just like drive it with like a fucking remote control of all things.
The crew was reportedly rescued and is safe. Traveling the area where this occurred is necessary for most uses of the Suez Canal. Trump didn't start a war with Iran. He started a regional war.
Again, 12.5% of global trade goes through the Suez Canal. I think it's 12.5%. It's about an eighth.
That still has a lot of room to grow. There is a widespread feeling that Iran is going all in on maintaining control of the Strait of Hormuz, and that there may be an announcement of a deal soon. But it's going to be a rehash of Trump's failed memorandum of understanding. It's also worth noting...
Which, again, guess who decided to make that memorandum of understanding collapse apart instantaneously? Oh, the Israelis. Why? Because the Israelis have made it very clear that they will not comply with any deal whatsoever that is quote-unquote not beneficial to the state of Israel. You can interpret that as you will.
That there are some rumors saying that Trump is looking for a deal at any price to get the strait open. That's not going to be what his supporters want to hear.
Which, by the way, the original memorandum was pretty much also at any price. Like, they were going to shell out about $300 billion to the Iranians so they can fix their shit and unfreeze all of their assets and also allow them to be able to participate within global markets again. Again, listen, it's complete fucking Iran W. Like, the United States has pretty much admitted that they've completely lost this fucking war at this point in time. And this initial signing of the Memorandum of Understanding was that, basically that sort of, agreement that, the U.S. fucking has lost this war.
Here. But it might be the least bad option for the U.S.
Yep.
Because if traffic can resume, even if it's under a deal that Oman and Iran primarily put together, it could give Trump a window to pull the U.S. out of the mess he created. It's also worth noting that...
And that also Israel created.
Trump has once again repeated his claim that previous presidents should have handled this. He doesn't seem to understand that his intense failure is why other presidents didn't pursue a military option with Iran.
Yeah, because again, literally every military advisor and even the same military advisors were saying to Trump, don't do this. This is a really bad idea. But in comes Benjamin Netanyahu with his Mossad boys at the top of the 11th hour to say, actually, this is a really good idea. And for fuck's sake, like, Benjamin Netanyahu was imparting information to Trump saying that, listen, if we just do some decapitation strikes, the government will instantaneously fall apart. If you know anything about how the Iranian government works, that is extremely stupid. And it did not work. And also, these are the same motherfuckers at Israel and at Mossad who claimed that the Iranians would not be able to close the Strait of Hormuz. Sure, man. A waterway that's like literally right next to them, where they have plenty of unmanned vehicles and also mine laying capabilities. Those guys can't close a pretty small strait of water. Okay, Israel. Stupid.
He managed to attempt to trash the Obama-era deal while saying this. His current rewrite of history is basically saying that other presidents should have made the exact same mistakes I did, even though I didn't have a deal and they got one. I'm so smart.
True.
It's quite remarkable when you really think about it. Anyway, it's just...
Why aren't other presidents fucking up like me? Why are they not stupid like me? Why do they have brains? Why do they have a brain and I don't? I don't understand, folks. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Whoa, the dumbass fucking president is getting a deal, but it doesn't have the U.S. involved in it. And also, they're running out a bunch of munitions to be able to, protect U.S. forces who are continuing to mount casualties and, people who have been KIA by the day because of the president's own completely reckless meme war mentality to specifically, quote-unquote, war fighting that these fucking idiots within power decided to take. Thank you, Trump and Pete Hegseth, for deciding to go alongside with the cockamamie idea of the Israelis to go ahead with this war in Iran, which accomplished essentially nothing besides the potential groundwork for the Great Depression II Electric Boogaloo. Very cool and very good. President Donald J. Trump and Pete Hegseth and all the associated fucking weirdos around that presidency. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. All right. Wait, is this person claiming that Matt Duss is a lefty DSA supporter? Jesus Christ, man. These guys are fucking schizophrenics. True, man. Very, very cool. All right, let's get started with this. So, guys, should we really be surprised by this whatsoever? Nah, we shouldn't be surprised about this whatsoever. Ethan continues to fucking lie about his fucking lawsuit with iDubbbz. Now, quick reminder for everybody. Ethan already said that he was going to, unironically, tell his lawyers to drop the fucking lawsuit that he had against iDubbbz after the, I'm going to say this, the third apology that he did for the Destiny comments that he had on his fucking stream while he was doing some dark woke VTuber bit with the fucking VTuber dragon, Scorched Legume, or whatever the fuck. Still don't understand the origin of that. Whatever, doesn't matter. VTuber dragon. Ethan Klein said he was going to drop the lawsuit, but actually he didn't. There was clips of iDubbbz saying that, the lawsuit is still basically on, and he also did some like clarifying statements that didn't really clarify anything whatsoever, but from what I understand, it's currently the judge is looking to pass some form of motion about the settlement that Ethan was looking for, which I'm going to say this again. I don't know why the fuck Ethan is looking to get a settlement, and we now know what the settlement is. It's a non-disparagement agreement to, I don't know, essentially have iDubbbz disavow quote-unquote snarkers. Okay, man, totally. Which I don't think Ian should agree to whatsoever, because you should not negotiate with terrorists. Because Ethan is a quote-unquote legality terrorist, let's just say, for lack of a better term. And it's been made extremely fucking clear that Ethan cannot be trusted under any circumstance. He lied about dropping the lawsuit. Now he's wanting to get a fucking settlement after saying he was going to drop the lawsuit after getting what he exactly wanted in a fucking stream, on a clip on his fucking podcast saying, man, if these guys just apologized to me, then I would just drop my lawsuits. Well, iDubbbz apologized 3 fucking goddamn times, but here's Ethan still trying to get some kind of a fucking non-disparagement agreement. Very cool, very good. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. Anywho, Steve Asark managed to get his hands on the legal documents in the Ethan Klein / iDubbbz lawsuit. Quick reminder, this is the guy who did the interviews on those Asmongold viewers that we took a look at a bit of a while back. Great video, very insightful, yada yada yada. And they show that Ethan was not willing to drop the suit, but rather wanted to negotiate a settlement that included a condemnation of snark. Incredible. He just, like I was describing earlier, he fucking lied again. This is fucking credible. Ethan, why should anyone ever fucking trust you? You know what? They are really calling him the most spiritually Israeli man ever seen on the fucking goddamn planet. This is incredible, dude. You said that you were going to do a thing, and then you just immediately went back in your word. You said in a comment when iDubbbz officially apologized for the 3rd time in a YouTube video, you basically said, I will instruct my lawyers to drop the lawsuit, and now you're looking for a settlement with some form of non-disparagement agreement. Incredible, with some quote-unquote condemnation of snark. And I don't know how many times this has to be said, there's nothing inherently wrong with snark communities. Ethan's just mad about the fact that, snarkers fucking criticize him all the time. Again, if a snark community is moderated properly and is essentially administered in any particular way, like any normal community is supposed to be, snark can be totally fine. It's just ones that are unmoderated and say, we have no rules, just do like whatever the fuck you want. Those are the fucking problematic like snark Reddits, stuff like Trissyland, and I think like Adam McIntyre's like snark subreddit also did not have any fucking moderation to it, so they inevitably got fucking banned by Reddit. Yours, Ethan Klein, is the exact opposite. But whatever, Ethan does not give a shit about any of that because now his subreddit is nothing more than like Hassan Snark. So again, snark for me, but not for thee when it comes to Ethan Klein. Anywho, let's just get to all of this. Yes, like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini, no proof that snarkers called CPS. We will never know who called CPS, although his claim is that Denim's called CPS or incentivized her chat to call CPS because of like messages within her chat while she was reacting to the content nuke, which was a small portion, like very tiny percentage of the chatters talking about calling CPS. But whatever, Ethan will probably never know who fucking called CPS ever or sent him the human skulls ever. He will not know any of this stuff because, again, he's just a lying, neurotic fucking freak. Anywho, we're going off on a little ramble here. Yeah, he has no receipts of anything. Pretty much you can always operate under the assumption at this point in time that when Ethan opens his mouth about any of his fucking lawsuits, he's more than likely lying, is what we can basically gather here. It doesn't matter what he says. You should always agree with the exact opposite of what Ethan Klein is saying. Anywho, I digress. Steve Asark, what you got for me, buddy?
So yes, I am suing my former bestie, iDubbbz. And I'll shortly explain why.
So I've managed to get the lawsuit documents between Ethan Klein and iDubbbz. And it really wasn't hard.
Ethan had every right to be angry enough to file a lawsuit, even if you think he's a rich.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking rapist. Literally, your whole fucking shtick, illegal rape stat, is just going around telling, I don't know, a bunch of young men how to become passport bros so they can, I don't know, rape a bunch of Thai lady boys or some shit. Shut your goofy ass up, you stupid bitch.
Bully, and he's bullying people on the internet. There are certain things you can't say about people.
There have been so...
Again, just based off of something that Destiny said. But then again, illegal mindset is probably not a lawyer.
Many lawtubers who have been covering this Ethan Klein IDUB story, and none of them got these documents.
Ethan says Ian and Anissa do not
hello,
hold an
Lus.
agreement they already signed.
Again, Lus is I mean, he's just like an Ethan Klein simp, basically. Will do anything to simp for Ethan Klein. Lawtuber as well. And he's never gotten the fucking documents, and he's going to say, like, whatever, like, idiotic, schizophrenic bullshit. Very lucrative grift you got there going on there, Lus. 51k subscribers to be a fucking Ethan ball washer. Very lucrative there, buddy.
Resulting in the lawsuit continuing for the time being.
So it looks like everyone on both sides is looking forward to see what this missing piece of information is. So let us know what you think it is in the comments.
A bunch of
All
things.
I had to do was spend $25 to the Calgary local court, who gave me a list of documents, and then I had to send that list of documents with another $25, and I got all the documents. So I guess it's just kind of easier to riff on what you think the case would be off of random clips you see online rather than doing the research yourself. So,
welcome to Illegal Rape Set and Lus. There, Steven. That's basically all that they do. They just take random fucking clips and then just, I don't know, try to apply some form of, like, legal standard to it, even though they themselves have no idea what any of the legal standards are.
even though I am no lawyer, I do not claim to be a lawyer, I don't really know much law, especially the Canadian legal system. But I saw so much information get spread around this.
Just to say real quick here, the Canadian legal system is, because, you know, Canadian here, welcome. It's basically very similar to that of the U.S. legal system in terms of structure. We have a Supreme Court and everything, but they don't have exactly the same amount of power, and I believe that we also have term limits for our Supreme Court justices. I have to double check that, I think. Basically, our Supreme Court does not have anywhere near the power of the U.S. Supreme Court. Thank fucking God. But, you know, we have federal courts, we have municipal courts, and provincial courts and stuff like that. Which, for those who don't know, provincial courts are territorial courts. Those are the same as state courts within the United States of America. And, of course, the federal courts and a bunch of other courts. Yada, yada, yada. We have a bunch of stuff in terms of the legal system. And in terms of the reason why Ethan decided to sue Ian instead of Destiny for that false remark, of course, is because... guess which province doesn't have anti-slap laws? Alberta. Which is where Calgary is located. Yeah.
This lawsuit. And I was like, I know how to get legal documents. It's not hard. So I just decided, okay, it's now my time, and I'm going to try to do it. Welcome to Steven Mindset. Today we're going to go through the Ethan Klein / TED Entertainment lawsuit against Ian Joma and Anissa Joma. Now, before, there's been so much content that sort of played out in the public sphere when it comes to this story. Mm-hmm. The lawsuit itself first broke when Ian shared in a live stream that Ethan Klein was suing him.
It is official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein.
Quick reminder what this is about. This is about a message that Destiny sent in his offline DGG chat when Ethan got not his hands on the the Willie Mac show fucking video talking about how apparently Destiny possesses fucking CSAM on his computer of a 17-year-old. Do with that what you will, of course. And Ethan Klein decided to use that as an opportunity to cut ties with Destiny, making a video about him saying that, yeah, go fuck yourself, Destiny, you're probably a pedophile. Something along those lines. I'm heavily paraphrasing Ethan's probably stupid fucking video about Destiny, who is, I don't know, probably a pedophile and is a stalker. Should go without saying. So that's what prompted Destiny to put that message of something along the lines of Ethan rapes his kids. paraphrasing again a little bit, but that's what Mr. Benelli was saying specifically about Ethan, that iDubbbz essentially decided to make it transparent, put it over his face in order to have a clipping shield. Something like that. Right? Does everyone understand what's going on here? Yeah, it's very stupid, I know.
In the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation.
While pretending to be a dragon, Ian shared a statement from Destiny and questioned its validity.
I mean, it's like the only fucking content they have over there, right? Like,
yeah, keep in mind, literally, fucking iDubbbz even said that he does not agree with the statement, saying that, yeah, this is a little wild, and maybe something that needs to be addressed. But Ethan was just like, nah, I'm just gonna sue iDubbbz instead. It's just like, okay, man. God, you're a freak.
That podcast is full of talentless hacks.
Because of that, and because Canadian defamation law is way different than United States law, Ethan Klein was able to sue iDubbbz.
It's not actually that much different. It's pretty much the exact same as the United States. It's just that we don't have like as aggressive free speech protections. We don't have a constitution. Well, we do have a constitution, but it doesn't have exactly the same sweeping power as it does in the United States of America. Not really. Like, we have free speech protections, but again, it's a province by province sort of case. Like, the provinces have way more power in comparison to that of the federal government. It depends, of course. But in the case of, like, defamation law, yeah, the provinces have more of a way to dictate, like, free speech law within Canada. Not really, Boy Meets Mini. It's not exactly like that. It's kind of an in-between of that of the UK and the United States, our free speech laws. It's not as bad, to be honest. It's a little wonky.
Using what I've been able to see is one of the more expensive and largest law firms in the entire world.
Ian has deeply aligned himself with the snark community that I think that people should be held accountable for saying stuff like that, and there should be recourse. There should be accountability.
Yeah, man. Fucking... Ian Joma, known fucking super snarker. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, aligned himself with the snark community. Like, what does that even fucking mean? Couldn't we say that you also align yourself with fucking snark communities? Because there's fucking clips of you out there of you joining into fucking differing Trisha Paytas fucking snark communities live on your fucking podcast. But okay, man. Sure, dude. Ian is the fucking super snarker. Stupid.
And that's basically what my goal is in this.
And the whole lawsuit seems to frame itself on the idea of snark. On or about February 20th, 2026, Ian Joma displayed an image that another content creator with the online persona Destiny and said Mr. Klein was a pedophile in a video that Ian Joma posted online. In the same video, Mr. Joma stated that. A whole bunch of stuff. So basically, Ethan in this lawsuit claims that he...
Wait, hold on. I need to take a look at this again. Okay, I know that Scorched Lagoon had some crazy pedo allegations on screen. I'm pretty sure he was just bringing that up to show how much of a pussy Ethan Klein is, and how he was, or how he has a heat and smoke for everyone else, but not for Destiny. In fact, he got Destiny's cock rammed down his throat. True. Wait, can we get a true? Yo, I'm truing that one. That's a fucking true. I mean, listen, the only sponsor you have left, Ethan, is Redact.dev. You definitely got his fucking cock down down your throat, bro. Also, by the way, real quick, all your Zionist...
True, and... Yeah,
that's
pretty true. That's true.
True.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Sure.
That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean...
yeah, all of your fucking Zionist talking points come from fucking Destiny, pretty much one-to-one. And also, he's complaining about... Well, he's really complaining about the fact that he's getting called the small, little, wimpy man. Really? Okay, bro. Nice meme.
A whole bunch of stuff. So basically, Ethan in this lawsuit claims that he got a massive amount of damages, and actually that he lost a sponsorship over this claim.
Bullshit. Bullshit. What sponsorships do you have left? The only sponsorship that you have is fucking Redact.dev. Everyone else has fucking left you. What other sponsors does Ethan even have? Yeah, okay, bro. You lost sponsorships. Mm-hmm. Totally. Wait, loss of subscribers as well? Buddy, You're gonna make the claim that your general decline in subscribership or in subscribers is a byproduct of iDubbbz repeating that fucking goddamn claim that Destiny made, and not like the general sort of trend that's happening to your dying fucking channel because you're an overly litigious freak? Okay, bro. Nice meme.
Sponsorship over this claim. He claims that the subscriber loss and all of the bad things that are happening to his brand are because of this live stream, or at least that's what he alludes to in the lawsuit. It doesn't really make sense because Ethan Klein's reputation was already controversial before this live stream.
Oh, hey, that's what I just said. Steven. Well, okay. Not in reference to Esteban Bonoblo. This is a good Steven, okay? He's one of the good ones. Haha. Pepe, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's almost as if great minds think alike.
That was watched by a couple hundred people, was even online.
iDubbbz said, I am not dropping.
Yeah, that's also another great point there. Like, Ian pulls like a couple hundred viewers. Like, Ethan pulls a couple thousand. Well, he used to pull like tens of thousands. Now it's like low 10,000s. I've not seen what his like concurrents are while he's like live on stream. I know like the After Dark with his like fucking B team of the Fat Chud, Girl with the Microphone, and Zionist dipshit Harley Morenstein, who's just mad about the fact that he can't replicate the same popularity that he had with Epic Mealtime. I think they get like maybe 1,000 or a couple thousand views. They're not like particularly popular because who the fuck cares about those guys? They're all losers. And I don't know what the main show gets. Probably like still 5 digits, I think. I don't know. Like, it's certainly gone down. I mean, there's even like mentions within the subreddit specifically by former paying members saying like, man, I wish that Ethan would stop with his like overly petty, vindictive and vendettas that he's been just constantly having with like literally everybody, and he just gets back to being the goofs and the gaffs guy that he used to be. And they were expressing their grievances about like old Ethan Klein content and how it's basically gone by the wayside. Yeah, he forgot who he was. Exactly. He's lost his way. Pepe.
The lawsuit. And, well, listen, it's a bunch of technical bullshit. It's just we're in negotiating the terms of the settlement still. And they're...
Again, like, that's the instantaneous trigger that you should know that he fucking lied. It's just like, okay, if you're negotiating a settlement, that means you didn't drop the lawsuit when you told that your lawyers in a public comment that you were going to drop the lawsuit. Like, do you know how bad that makes you look? And without a doubt, Ian and Anissa more than likely have that fucking screenshot. If I were to go in the video, I probably could still find that fucking comment. It wouldn't be deleted. That shit got fucking pinned. No way. There's no fucking way that iDubbbz would delete that shit, and he's definitely fucking screen capping it. Your dumbass is fucking cooked. Any fucking settlement or appeal that you may try to go for, they just have to show that fucking comment to the judges, and then it's over. You're not going to get anything that you want.
That's it. I don't know. It's what it is. You know what I mean? We're negotiating the terms of the. It's a meeting about the settlement. That's it. That's all it is. Right? So, whatever. I mean, I tolerate a lot of people saying a lot of things about me, and I have for a long time. It's called accountability, in my opinion. And listen, if I said that about someone else, I would probably just apologize and beg them not to sue me.
I think it's more to do.
Again, like, that was him admitting, just apologize, and I won't sue you. After the initial fucking lawsuit was dropped, but okay, bro. Nice meme. Yeah, no anti-slap protections, bro is still fucking getting cooked. That's just the power of Moist Critical there, Boy Meets Mini. That Charlie video is probably the reason as to why he ended up dropping a ton of his fucking lawsuits, because all bro had to say was just to be like, oh yeah, Ethan is basically like the Nintendo of YouTubers. He'll just like randomly sue people just because he feels like he can. And that was that. Game fucking over, man.
With all of the what I believe to be reckless lawsuits. Don't come after me, H3 fandom. I believe both the iDubbbz side and the Ethan Klein side are kind of iffy in this story. I don't think he could have sued him the way he sued him here in the United States. I think it had to be in Canada. Also, a big part of this lawsuit is the Reddit and the idea of snark.
The fuck? Hold on. I wanted to take a look at that. It just like flashed by.
Could have sued him the way he sued him here in the United States. I think it had to be in Canada. Also, a big
because again, like I mentioned earlier, no anti-slap protections in Alberta.
A big part of this lawsuit is the Reddit.
Online content creation. Mr. Klein, both in personal capacity, director of TED Inc., well-known content creator. Content from these platforms is frequently reposted and discussed by users on a website, Reddit, which you're allowed to do, by the way. Reddit is a US-based company, which means they have the people engaging on Reddit have free speech protections, so long as they're not violating the company's TOS, and they have not been violating the company's TOS. So I don't know, like, just cope, Ethan. Like, just fucking cope, man.
And the idea of snark.
And I know we have a really good case in Canada, and their lawyer told them that. If he had issued this type of apology, like...
The reason why you had a good case in Canada is because of the lack of anti-slap protections.
I don't know. Months ago, I would have thought it was sincere. But to do it, like, right after you get a cease and desist, how can I... Like, I'm not even being this to be, like, snarky. I'm being like, how am I actually supposed to think it's sincere? And to me, that's unacceptable.
Again... We've gone over this clip specifically. This was just an excuse here by Ethan to basically just come up with any reason whatsoever to sue Ian and Anissa. That's it.
And it's personal. And I'm just following through on my promises.
Ethan brings up Reddit and snark constantly over and over, and it's even part of the settlement that eventually...
Bro, like, literally, he wants a non-disparagement agreement, right? Well, it flashed up there for a second. But yeah, just real quick here from fucking Shamu. This is unironically what they want. They basically want iDubbbz to sign an NDA and disavow snarkers, which guess what? He should not be. This is just a clear indication that he's fucking lying. He lied again about trying to fucking find the settlement. Now that we know what the details of the settlement are, is the fact that it's now a fucking NDA in order to just have iDubbbz disavow snarkers or something. Basically to try to have him record a hostage video like he did specifically of Caseytron. That's what Ethan wants. He just wants another hostage video that he can, like, parade around. The fucking freak.
Brings up Reddit and snark constantly over and over, and it's even part of the settlement that eventually is the reason that the whole thing kind of falls apart. So, in general, Ethan Klein is suing for $1 million in damages over this, which is...
$1 million? Bro, you're not gonna get a fucking cent of that shit. Dude, I want Ian and Anissa to get all their fucking lawyers' fees paid by this overly litigious freak. It's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be great.
Like, the live stream was viewed by a couple hundred people, and iDubbbz was a dragon. iDubbbz is not a successful live streamer. He's not popular right now. So the idea of kind of blaming him for all of this stuff just makes no sense to me. So basically what happens is the lawsuit gets filed and sent, and Ian puts out an apology.
It's very clear that it was never the right thing to do. It was a comment about Ethan and his children, and it was disgusting. I said at the time in the stream that I don't agree with it, but...
Which pretty much should just tell you that this shit should have gone literally nowhere, but Ethan is a neurotic freak operating in a ridiculous emotional state.
Still sharing it and broadcasting it to people for 40 minutes. That was an irresponsible and reckless thing to do.
Ethan writes in the...
Listen, I'm gonna say that iDubbbz did nothing wrong. I don't give a shit. Whatever. He literally said that he does not agree with Destiny's fucking statement, and that, again, this was a statement that fucking Destiny said. I don't like, honestly, to be mad about the fact... Yeah, I mean, even Charlie was doing the whole thing about, like, being mad about the quote-unquote disgusting thing that iDubbbz had that was said by Destiny. Whatever. I don't really care about that in particular. Listen, bro literally did nothing wrong by having that fucking message just overlaid on the fucking VTuber. Like, fuck off, man. Like, it's dumb. If you want to rewind in the VOD itself, bro literally said, of course that being iDubbbz, saying, like, yeah, so... I don't agree with what's being said here. I think it's pretty bad, but I think it needs to be addressed. I'm paraphrasing here a little bit, but yeah, like, this is just one of those situations where it's just like, fuck off, Ethan. Like, just cope about it, little bro.
Comments of the apology saying that, okay, I'm gonna drop the case. But that isn't exactly what Ethan Klein wanted. From these documents, it was clear that Ethan didn't just want to drop the case, he wanted to get a settlement out of it. And he wanted iDubbbz to have to follow a few key things. And in these documents, we have the settlement that they tried to do. Ethan's and Ian's lawyers are talking. And Ethan's lawyers are like, here are the deeds of the settlement. And Ian's lawyers are like, okay, we can do that. There's an apology in here that we don't really want to have the specifics of, but we do feel like we can do.
Which, honestly, I disagree with this wholeheartedly. I don't think that... Well, okay. The only reason why I think Ian and Nisa are trying to settle out of this is because they have no money to fight Ethan. That's more specifically the reason why. But here's the thing, man. Settling is something like a victory for fucking Ethan Klein, who's just doing this fucking lawsuit for no fucking reason whatsoever. He unironically said that he was going to drop the fucking lawsuit, which means why the fuck are we trying to negotiate a settlement here? He said that he was going to advise his lawyers to drop the suit. That's that. It's over. Which means, guess what? There shouldn't be any fucking settlement negotiations happening at any point in time. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? He's full of shit. He's just a liar. He wanted... listen, I'm telling you. What did he want exactly? He wanted to get another fucking hostage video now out of iDubbbz like he did a fucking Casey-tron. That's what he wanted to do.
Do this. So here is it signed. And they both agree that it's signed and we're good. But the statement that Ian did wasn't good enough for Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein wanted a condemnation of Snark and the Snark subreddits. Now, I have been on the record, and I personally believe, you may disagree, that Ethan and his community use Snark as an excuse to move away from criticism. Like,
yes. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. Listen, I'm not going to say that it's an opinion. I will say it's a fact. Kilotonics' video does a very, very good job of just outlining that. Quote-unquote Ethan Klein uses Snark as essentially a thought-terminating cliche in order to deflect away from any criticism that Ethan rightfully fucking gets. That is a fact. That is not an opinion. That's just what he does, right? And he's made it very, very clear in an older episode of the H3 podcast that he is not very receptive of fucking criticism. And this is a clear pattern of that behavior basically being, well, done over and over again here by Ethan Klein. It is a fact that Ethan Klein uses Snark, quote-unquote, as a way to just be like, oh yeah, dude, I just don't like the fact that people are criticizing me for my overly litigious actions and my neurotic fucking behavior when going after the Hassan sphere. That's what it is. That is a fact, not an opinion. I don't, listen, I understand why Steven is doing this. This is not a dig at Steven, right? It makes sense, right? He doesn't want to get sued by the overly litigious fucking Ethan Klein morons. But I don't give a shit. Like, fuck you. Guess what? I'm an Ontario motherfucker, and we do have anti-slap protections. So you can go fuck yourselves, you little bitches.
Snarking talking points, and this idea that Snark is the end of all evil, and that they attack their kids, and that everything is going on. It's always Snark's fault. So Ethan, using Snark as like this cover and putting Ian in that snarking community, feels like, to me, it's not in the legal documents, this is just me.
When again, there's just no evidence to suggest that iDubbbz was at all engaging in any fucking Snark community. Just no evidence whatsoever.
As a journalist, as a way to kind of legitimize Snark as a concept. To believe that, yes, snarking is real. Here, Ian's behind it. Ian talked about it. In the same way in that Casey-tron settlement.
Again, just because you talk about fucking Snark communities does not mean you engage in fucking Snark communities. God, he's so dishonest, man.
They bring up like Hassan and Asmongold just because like it's a way to kind of legitimize the talking points against Ethan Klein. Yep. It just all kind of feels weird.
The lawsuit was not frivolous. When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate.
AKA, this is the hostage video that Ethan Klein had Casey-tron to had her fucking record, because again, the reason why Casey-tron basically decided to settle out of court with Ethan, for an understandable reason, was because she was afraid of losing her house. Because Ethan was trying to apply maximum financial pressure onto Casey-tron, Frogan, and Denims in order to force them to settle out of court. Again, we're dealing with an incredibly neurotic fucking freak here.
Against the Kleins. I also want to acknowledge the pervasive problem of anti-Semitism in leftist spaces. It should concern all of us. I condemn it and will not participate in it.
So the reason this lawsuit is kind of holding up is that Ian is refusing to condemn Snark. In this story in general, you know, all of this could happen. As far as I can see.
As far as I can tell, good for Ian for not condemning Snark. Like I said before, depending on how the Snark community is ran and moderated, there's nothing necessarily wrong with Snark. Criticism is fine. You are allowed to criticize people. It's the internet, it's free speech, motherfucker, which is something that old Ethan used to agree with. for whatever reason. Kilotonics' video withstanding, as always. You can engage in criticism of content creators of positions that you may not necessarily agree with. That's perfectly healthy and fine. But Ethan does not want that because, again, we're dealing with someone who's just... I don't know if we're like honestly, what else you could possibly say besides someone who's just, like, incredibly overly emotional.
There's no reason Ethan Klein couldn't have just dropped the lawsuit. He could have at any time just said, like, okay, we're done. But he wanted a settlement out of it. He wanted something out of doing all of this.
I don't want to sue you, right? I don't want to do all this shit, but at the end of the day, I have made a commitment, and I am the ultimate hater. I look bad, and I'm okay with that, because for me, it's personal. That's it. That's all it is, you know, and it has been since that moment.
I think there's...
Yeah, and guess what? You had a video by Charlie made about you, and it made you look even worse. And it was so bad for you that you ended up dropping the majority of lawsuits that you had against, like, the rest of the Hassan sphere. You dropped your Noah Samson lawsuit. You ended up dropping 2 of your lawsuits on Denims. Well, one of them you ended up losing. You dropped the Countdown lawsuit. You're currently appealing the one that you just fucking lost. And you also, I think he's still suing Frogan. Yes, I believe he's still suing Frogan because that went to default judgment, but Frogan is appealing that and has now retained Denims' team because she was successful, or her team was specifically successful. But here's the thing, man. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think that's going to go anywhere for you either because, again, you're just a lying little freak, bro.
There's this, like, whole community of legal tubers who have kind of popped up and love to talk about the law when it, you know, has to deal with YouTubers, and they never like actually follow through with anything. None of these people found these court documents. It was not hard. And I'm now turning it into a YouTube video because I think it's important, and, like, I want to cover YouTube in the way that no one's really doing, like a journalist, a quirky journalist, but a journalist nonetheless. I want to kind of change the field, and I would love if you could like the video and subscribe to my channel. I'm thinking of dumping all of these lawsuits as a membership perk. Let me know in the comments if that's something that you'd want.
Well, fantastic video there by Steven going over a very, very simplified version of the fact that, oh, Ethan fucking lied again. Fantastic, great, excellent. I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Ethan just keeps lying. It's been made extremely fucking clear that Ethan will just never stop lying about any of his fucking lawsuits, that he will never fucking accept sort of like any settlement, no matter what, and that you should never trust anything that comes out of his dumbass little fucking mouth. And that's what it is at this current point in time. It's been made very clear by Ethan Klein that, well, he's a fucking liar. He's a liar who should never be fucking trusted. Why? Because he said that he was going to accept the apology and then drop the lawsuit. But he actually wanted a settlement, which would have been another hostage video, similar to that of what Casey Tron filmed, so then he can go on his fucking podcast in order to gloat about the fact that he got another fucking hostage video out of someone specifically. So as far as I'm concerned, you can go fuck yourself, Ethan Klein, you stupid fucking goddamn liar. And I'll say it again, nothing wrong with snark communities. It just depends on how they're fucking run and properly moderated. So, whatever. Go fuck yourself, Ethan. You just don't like the fact that people criticize you, rightfully so, for a lot of your stupid, idiotic fucking actions. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. What's up, Laney? What's up, Raiders? Sorry, I was in segment mode, so I was not talking. Mostly because I hate Ethan Klein. I'm a simple man with a simple plan and a simple pan. But what is up, Raiders? I'm Da Harumba, and you caught me while filming my final segment. Also, I am now a PNG on the internet. Look at me. Very cool. Yeah, fuck you, Ethan. Suck my dick. Eat my shit. You're a fucking bitch. But yeah, I mean, like, stupid. Like, he lied about not getting a non-disparagement clause in the fucking settlement. He just constantly fucking lied. It's so fucking stupid, man. Incredible, dude. Oh, actually, I forgot to go over this part a bit right here real quick. I mean, I'll just fucking splice that in. Very, very easy. But here, you know, we also got a fucking clip from Ethan's podcast itself where he lied about instructing his lawyers to not include a non-disparagement clause in his settlement. Very, very cool.
That's it. I mean, that's pretty much it with the IDUB stuff. So, you know, and
GG.
My attorney wanted to include like a non-disparagement and stuff, and I told them no non-disparagement.
Well, that's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. Because apparently, taking a look through the court documents, there was a non-disparagement clause included. Huh. Well, that's a little interesting now, isn't it? Very cool.
They can say anything they want about me. We can talk about each other. It's not about silencing him at all.
Yet you wanted him to condemn snarkers and to never really talk about, like, snark communities that he, quote-unquote, may have participated in. You have no evidence, again, for any of your fucking claims, because it's been made extremely clear, Ethan, that you're a fucking liar.
But, yeah, I made a point. I'm dropping it. He can continue to say whatever he wants about me.
Cope. He didn't.
And I him.
Cope. So, yeah. Pretty fucking clear. Yeah, quote-unquote dropping it. Yeah, it's very, very clear at that particular point in time that he's not dropping it. And he's just fucking lying. In-fucking-credible. Which means the obvious assumption should be made at this point in time that this motherfucker, if he can just lie at any point in time, he will just lie. It doesn't fucking matter. It, like, basically operate under the assumption that any word that comes out of Ethan Klein's mouth is a fucking lie. Okay, now we're done with the segment. It's late. It's 4 a.m. Son of a bitch. God damn it. And I need to go to bed. Why? Because I need to be up early so I can feed this dang cat. I have to feed the kitten. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Yes, everyone follows so you can see the kitten next time. Thank you for the follow, Dr. Skipper. I appreciate it, bud. Obviously, I'm not going to show the kitten right now, because she's asleep. She do be sleeping. Alright, who the fuck am I rating out to today? Who are we rating out to today? Because I need to go to bed. So I can be up at, like... when did I feed her last time? I fed her at around 11. Which means I should be up at around 7 in the morning. Tanky's incoming. Well... Wait, the Tankies already came. It's Soj over. It's this is the one tank that was late, trying to cross the trying to cross the oh god, which border was it? The Hungarian border. Yeah, your tank broke down. There were supply problems or something. Daho, that's a modern Russian meme. Why are you talking about that meme? There are not a lot of people online right now, which makes sense because it's 4 in the morning. Well, Daho, that's because you're just making too much bullshit. The tankies came. Who stopped edging them? It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at supersonic speed to make you look like you come to a one's touch. It was me, Barry. God, that meme is so good, dude. Good meme. Wait, now that I have enough viewers, I don't have to deal with the you can't raid. I can get around all the viewer, whatever the fuck things that a lot of people have. So then they don't have raids from all the fucking Nazis. Haha. Funny. Alright, we're raiding out to a sad grill. Bear Grylls. Yeah, I did say this was my... you know, it's almost a back-to-back raid. Think about it that way, folks. Ladies, gentlemen, those in between. Anywho, raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the trans thread with the Daho Raidba. If you're a non-sub, you say the wow we with the Daho Raidba. That's how we show appreciation. Those are into. In any case, gamers. Thank you for the follow. I will be back tomorrow, and we will be... What? Petroleum maxing. We're going to be petroleum maxing in Satisfactory, and also continuing to yap about... I don't know, I'll fucking figure it out. I get there when I fucking get there. Anyway, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.